Hello there and welcome to Sleepy Animal Fact. Make yourself comfortable now. Adjust your pillow if you need to and let your shoulders drop. I'm so glad you're here with us tonight. As you settle into your comfortable space, allow your body to sink a little deeper into the softness beneath you. Let your jaw relax, and together, let us drift into the peaceful, blue world of dolphins. There is something so wonderfully calming about the ocean. The gentle rhythm of waves, the endless, rolling blue, and within that blue, gliding through the water with effortless grace, are dolphins, creatures that have captured our hearts and imaginations for thousands of years. If these gentle journeys bring you peace, consider leaving a kind word, sharing this moment with another, or joining our growing flock of quiet dreamers. Over the next little while, we're going to learn some beautiful things about these remarkable animals. There's no need to try to remember everything. There's no test waiting for you. Just let the words wash over you, like soft waves on a quiet shore. If your eyes grow heavy, let them close. If your mind begins to drift, that's perfectly okay. I'll be right here, speaking gently, as you float toward rest. So let us begin. Here is something lovely to consider. Dolphins are not fish at all. They are marine mammals just like whales and seals. This means that dolphins are warm-blooded creatures, keeping their bodies at a comfortable, steady temperature even in the cool depths of the sea. Because they are mammals, dolphins give birth to live young. A mother dolphin carries her baby inside her, nurturing it until the calf is ready to enter the world. And when that little dolphin is born, it stays close to its mother's side, swimming in the gentle current she creates as she moves through the water. The mother dolphin feeds her calf with milk, rich and nourishing, produced by her own body. Just like so many mammals on land, like dogs and cats and deer and even humans, dolphin mothers care for their young with warmth and devotion. There is something deeply comforting in knowing that even beneath the waves, in a world so different from our own, there are mothers tenderly caring for their babies. Now, because dolphins are mammals and not fish, they cannot breathe underwater the way fish do. Fish have gills that pull oxygen from the water itself, but dolphins have lungs just like you and me. This means they must come to the surface to breathe air. If you were floating on the calm surface of the ocean, you might see a dolphin rise gracefully from below. At the very top of its head is a special opening called a blowhole. When the dolphin reaches the surface, it breathes out, pushing stale air from its lungs in a quick, soft puff. Then it draws in fresh air, filling its lungs with oxygen, before slipping back beneath the waves. This rising and breathing is a rhythm that dolphins follow throughout their entire lives. Up to the surface, a breath of fresh air, and then back down into the peaceful blue. It is a gentle, steady rhythm, a cycle as natural and calming as the rhythm of your own breathing right now. And speaking of your breathing, you're doing so well. Just being here, allowing yourself this time to rest, is a beautiful gift you're giving to yourself. Feel how your breath moves softly in and out without any effort at all. You are exactly where you need to be. Let that knowing bring you peace. Here is something quite remarkable about dolphins and their breathing. Unlike most land mammals, including humans, dolphins are what scientists call voluntary breathers. This means that every single breath a dolphin takes is a conscious choice. Think about your own breathing for a moment. You don't have to remind yourself to breathe, do you? Your body does it automatically, even when you're asleep, even when you're not thinking about it at all. Your lungs expand and contract, your breath flows in and out, all on its own. But for a dolphin, it's different. A dolphin must decide to take each breath. It must choose to rise to the surface and open its blowhole. This might sound exhausting, but for dolphins, it is simply the way of things. It is natural to them. And this is why dolphins have developed such a fascinating way of sleeping, which we'll learn about later. For now, just imagine a dolphin swimming peacefully through the water, fully aware of each breath, each rise to the surface, each moment of its graceful life. Let us travel back in time now, far, far back, to a world that looked very different from the one we know today. Millions upon millions of years ago, the ancestors of dolphins did not live in the ocean at all. They lived on land. Picture a small, furry creature, something like a wolf or a large dog, walking along the edges of ancient rivers and shallow seas. This creature, called Pakicetus by scientists, lived about 50 million years ago. It spent time both on land and in the water, hunting for fish in the shallows, its body slowly adapting to a life spent more and more in the sea. Over countless generations, over millions of years, the descendants of creatures like Pakicetus changed. Their legs became flippers. Their bodies became streamlined. They moved deeper into the water until finally, they became the dolphins we know and love today. It is amazing to think that these graceful swimmers, these masters of the ocean, once had ancestors who walked on four legs upon the land. The story of life is full of such wonders, slow transformations unfolding over vast stretches of time. Each generation, a tiny step in an incredible journey. And you are part of that great story of life too. You are a wonder simply by being here. Right now, in this moment, you are doing something kind for yourself by resting. Let yourself feel how good that is. Let yourself soften just a little more. Even today, modern dolphins carry a secret reminder of their land-dwelling past. Hidden deep within their bodies, near the base of their spine, are tiny bones. These are vestigial hindlimb bones. the last traces of the back legs their ancestors once used to walk upon the earth. These little bones are so small that they don't even reach the surface of the dolphin's skin. They serve no purpose anymore. They are simply there, quiet remnants of a distant past, tucked away inside the dolphin's sleek body. There is something almost poetic about this. Every dolphin swimming in the ocean today carries within it a memory of the land, a tiny, hidden connection to ancestors who lived in a completely different world. It is as if the dolphins hold a secret, a whisper of their long and remarkable history, passed down through the ages. And in a way, we all carry such secrets within us. Our own bodies hold traces of the long journey of life, connections to the past that we may never fully see or understand. We are all part of something ancient and beautiful. As dolphins adapted to life in the water, their bodies changed in many wonderful ways. One of the most interesting changes happened to their nostrils. In their land-dwelling ancestors, the nostrils were at the front of the face, just like in most mammals. But over time, as dolphins became more and more aquatic, those nostrils slowly migrated. They moved upward along the skull until they reached the very top of the head. This is how the blowhole was formed. Having the blowhole on top of the head is wonderfully practical for a life spent in the water. When a dolphin swims to the surface, it barely has to lift its head at all to take a breath. Just a gentle rise, a quick exhale and inhale, and then back down into the depths. It is efficient and effortless. Imagine how smooth and easy it is for a dolphin to breathe. No need to lift its head out of the water, no struggle, no strain. Just a simple, graceful motion, repeated throughout the day and night. A rhythm as easy as breathing, as easy as the breath you are taking right now. You are doing beautifully, truly, just allowing yourself to be here, to rest, to listen. This is enough. There is nowhere else you need to be, nothing else you need to do. Let yourself be held by this moment, as gently as the ocean holds the dolphin. Have you ever watched a fish swim? Fish move their tails from side to side, swishing left and right as they glide through the water. But dolphins swim in a different way. They move their tails and backbones up and down. This up and down motion is a reflection of their mammalian ancestry. You see, when mammals run on land, their spines flex up and down. Think of a cheetah running, or a rabbit hopping, or a horse galloping. Their backs arch and extend with each stride, moving in a vertical wave. When dolphins returned to the sea, they kept this same spinal motion. Instead of switching to the side-to-side movement of fish, they adapted their running motion into a swimming motion. Their powerful tail flukes push against the water as their spines flex up and down, propelling them forward with strength and grace. So in a way, when you watch a dolphin swim, you are watching an echo of running, a memory of land, translated into the language of the sea. A beautiful, flowing, up and down dance through the endless blue. The backbone of a dolphin is a marvel of natural engineering. Some dolphin species have close to 100 vertebrae, the small bones that make up the spine. That is many more than humans have. Our spines contain only about 33 vertebrae. But it's not just the number of bones that makes a dolphin's backbone special. It's how those bones are organized. A dolphin's spine is divided into multiple regions, each one adapted for a different purpose. Some regions provide flexibility, allowing the dolphin to twist and turn. Other regions provide strength and power, helping the dolphin to push through the water with speed. This careful organization allows dolphins to be incredibly agile. They can leap from the water, spin in the air, dive deep, and change direction in an instant. Their spines are designed to balance speed, flexibility, and maneuverability, all working together in perfect harmony. There is something restful in thinking about such harmony. All the parts of the dolphin's body working together, supporting each other, creating a whole that moves through the water with ease. Perhaps you can feel a similar harmony in your own body right now. All your muscles softening, all your thoughts quieting, everything working together to bring you towards sleep. You are doing so well. Feel how relaxed you have become. Feel how your body is settling, how your mind is growing quiet. You are safe. You are at peace. And you are learning such wonderful things, even as you drift toward rest. Scientists have discovered that different dolphin species have different numbers of vertebrae and different arrangements of their backbone regions. And this often depends on where the dolphins live. Offshore dolphins, those that live in the deep, open ocean, tend to have more vertebrae and more backbone regions than their inshore cousins. This makes sense when you think about it. In the open ocean, dolphins may need to chase fast-moving prey over long distances. They need powerful, sustained bursts of speed. Their extra vertebrae and specialized backbone regions help them swim faster and more efficiently in these wide, open waters. Inshore dolphins, on the other hand, live in shallower waters near the coast. They may not need the same kind of speed, but they need agility to navigate around reefs, through kelp forests, and in tighter spaces. Their slightly different spines are adapted to these different challenges. It is a reminder of how beautifully adapted every creature is to its own particular home. Each dolphin, in its own way, is perfectly suited to the waters it calls home. Finally, let us consider the shape of a dolphin's body. Most dolphins have what scientists call a fusiform shape. This is a lovely word that simply means torpedo-shaped, a body that is widest in the middle and tapers smoothly to a point at both ends. This fusiform shape is wonderfully efficient for moving through water. It reduces drag, allowing the dolphin to glide with minimal resistance. A dolphin's body slips through the sea as smoothly as a dream slips through your mind. At a steady, relaxed pace, dolphins typically swim at about 8 to 10 miles per hour. But when they need to, some species can swim much faster, reaching bursts of speed that would leave most other sea creatures far behind. And yet, whether they are cruising slowly or racing swiftly, their bodies remain graceful, streamlined, and beautifully designed for life in the water. Picture a dolphin now, gliding through the quiet blue. Its body is perfectly shaped, perfectly suited to the ocean. It moves without effort, without struggle, carried by the water itself. And you too can move without effort now. You can let go, let yourself be carried by the gentle current of sleep. You have done something wonderful by being here, by giving yourself this time, by letting your mind rest while learning about these beautiful creatures. I am so glad you are here. And so, as we come to the end of this first chapter of our journey, let us gently gather together the things we have learned. Dolphins are marine mammals, warm-blooded and nurturing, breathing air and caring for their young with tenderness. They breathe through a blowhole atop their heads, and they must consciously choose to take each breath, a remarkable act of awareness woven into their every moment. Long ago, their ancestors walked on land, four-legged creatures who slowly returned to the sea, leaving behind only tiny vestiges of hind limb bones hidden within the dolphin's body. As they adapted, their nostrils became blowholes, and their running motion became the graceful up and down swimming we see today. Their backbones are marvels of design, with many vertebrae organized to balance speed, flexibility, and agility. Offshore dolphins have spines built for fast, open water swimming, while inshore dolphins are adapted for maneuvering in shallower waters. And the dolphin's torpedo-shaped body allows it to glide through the sea with ease, moving at a peaceful pace or bursting into speed when needed. These are just the first of many wonders we will discover together. But for now, let these thoughts settle softly in your mind, like sand drifting gently to the ocean floor. Rest now, breathe slowly, and when you are ready, we will continue our journey together, deeper into the peaceful world of dolphins. Let your body settle even deeper now. Feel the weight of your limbs, heavy and relaxed, sinking into the comfort beneath you. There is nothing you need to do, nothing you need to fix or solve or figure out. You are simply here, resting, breathing, and listening to gentle words about the peaceful world beneath the waves. Let us discover how dolphins move through the water with such grace and speed, and how their remarkable bodies keep them warm and safe in the vast ocean. So settle in, let your breath slow, and let us continue. Dolphins are fast swimmers. There is something almost magical about watching a dolphin move through the water. The effortless glide, the sudden burst of speed, the joyful leaps into the air. Take the bottlenose dolphin, perhaps the most familiar dolphin of all. When a bottlenose dolphin is simply going about its day, traveling from one place to another, exploring or swimming alongside its pod, it moves at a relaxed cruising speed of just a few miles per hour. There is no rush, no urgency, just a calm, steady movement through the blue. But when a bottlenose dolphin needs to move quickly, perhaps to chase a fish, or escape from danger, or simply to play, it can sprint at remarkable speeds. In short bursts, a bottlenose dolphin can reach over 30 kilometers per hour, which is around 18 to 20 miles per hour. Imagine that. A creature moving through the water, which is so much denser than air, at the speed of a car driving through a neighborhood. And yet, even at these speeds, the dolphin moves with grace. There is no thrashing, no struggle, just smooth, powerful motion, the water parting easily around its streamlined body. As impressive as the bottlenose dolphin is, some dolphin species are even faster. The common dolphin, a beautiful creature with elegant, sweeping patterns of yellow and gray along its sides, is one of the speediest dolphins in the sea. In short bursts, the common dolphin can reach speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour. That is about 37 miles per hour, faster than most people can ride a bicycle, faster than many boats can travel. It is a breathtaking speed for any creature, and especially remarkable for one moving through water. The common dolphin achieves this incredible speed through powerful strokes of its tail and its wonderfully streamlined body. Every part of the dolphin is designed for efficiency. Its shape, its muscles, its movements all working together to cut through the water with minimal resistance. When a common dolphin is swimming at full speed, it becomes a blur of motion, outpacing many of the ocean's predators. And yet, even these bursts of speed are graceful. The dolphin does not fight the water. It works with it, flowing through it, becoming almost one with the sea itself. You are doing beautifully, simply being here, resting, listening. This is exactly what your body and mind need. There is no effort required. Just like a dolphin gliding through calm waters, you can let yourself be carried now. Let the tension flow out of you like waves retreating from the shore. You are safe. You are at peace. Let us think for a moment about how dolphins achieve such impressive speeds. The secret lies in large part in their powerful tail flukes. The flukes are the two flat, horizontal lobes at the end of a dolphin's tail. When you picture a dolphin leaping from the water or swimming gracefully beneath the surface, you might notice those broad, curved flukes pushing against the sea. They are the dolphin's main source of propulsion, the engine that drives it forward. What is fascinating is that the flukes are not made of bone. There are no skeletal structures inside them at all. Instead, they are made of dense connective tissue, strong, flexible material that gives the flukes their shape and power. This tissue is firm yet pliable, allowing the flukes to flex and push against the water with each stroke. With every vertical movement of its tail, up and down, the dolphin generates powerful thrust. The flukes press against the water, and the dolphin surges forward. It is a motion that happens over and over, countless times throughout the dolphin's life, carrying it through the endless blue. Imagine the rhythm of it, up and down, a steady, powerful beat, like a slow and gentle drum. Perhaps you can feel your own breathing falling into a similar rhythm now. In and out, slow and easy, carrying you forward into rest. One of the reasons dolphins can move so swiftly through the water is because their bodies are designed to minimize drag. Drag is the resistance that any object encounters when it moves through water or air, and reducing it allows for faster, more efficient movement. If you look closely at a dolphin, you will notice something interesting. There are no unnecessary protrusions. Dolphins do not have external ear flaps like many land mammals do. Their ears are just tiny openings on the sides of their heads, almost invisible against their smooth skin. They also lack hair. While dolphins are mammals and many mammals have fur or hair, dolphins have evolved to be nearly hairless. Some dolphins are born with a few whisker-like hairs near their snouts, but these usually fall out soon after birth, leaving the dolphin's body perfectly smooth. There are no bumps, no flaps, no ridges that would catch the water and slow the dolphin down. Everything about the dolphin's body is streamlined, shaped by millions of years of evolution to slip through the sea with the least possible resistance. It is a body built for effortless movement, for gliding, for grace. The smoothness of a dolphin's body is enhanced by the remarkable nature of its skin. Dolphin skin is wonderfully smooth to the touch, soft and almost rubbery, with a texture unlike anything you might find on land. But here is something truly fascinating. A dolphin's skin is constantly renewing itself. The outer layer of skin sloughs off regularly, shedding old cells and replacing them with fresh ones. This process happens much faster in dolphins than it does in humans. While our skin cells are replaced over the course of several weeks, a dolphin's skin may renew itself as quickly as every few hours. This rapid shedding serves an important purpose. It keeps the dolphin's skin incredibly smooth, free from any buildup or roughness that might create drag. It also helps remove any tiny organisms or debris that might cling to the skin and slow the dolphin down. So the dolphin is always fresh, always smooth, always ready to glide through the water at a moment's notice. Its skin is a living, breathing part of its streamlined design, constantly working to keep the dolphin moving with ease. Take a moment now to notice how your own body feels. Perhaps there is still some tension lingering somewhere, in your shoulders, your jaw, your hands. So, see if you can let it go. Imagine it sloughing away like old skin, leaving you smooth and relaxed and at peace. You are shedding the weight of the day, the worries of your waking hours. You are becoming lighter, softer, more at ease. While dolphin skin may feel smooth and delicate, it is actually remarkably thick and strong. In fact, dolphin skin is often more than 10 times thicker than human skin. This thickness serves several purposes. First, it provides a protective barrier against the many hazards of ocean life. The sea is full of rough surfaces, sharp objects, and potential sources of injury. A dolphin's thick skin helps protect it from scrapes, cuts, and minor wounds that might otherwise cause harm. Second, this thick skin helps protect against parasites. Many ocean creatures must contend with tiny organisms that try to attach themselves to their bodies. A dolphin's thick, rapidly shedding skin makes it harder for parasites to take hold and easier to dislodge them when they do. And of course, this thick skin also contributes to the dolphin's streamlined shape. It creates a smooth, even surface that helps the dolphin move through the water without resistance. So beneath that soft, rubbery exterior lies a surprisingly tough and resilient barrier. The dolphin is both gentle and strong, delicate and durable, a beautiful combination of qualities. Beneath the dolphin's thick skin lies another layer of protection: blubber. Blubber is a thick layer of fat that wraps around the dolphin's body, sitting between the skin and the muscles beneath. This layer of blubber serves as insulation, keeping the dolphin warm in cold water. The ocean can be a chilly place, especially in deeper waters or in regions far from the equator. Without some form of insulation, a dolphin would lose body heat too quickly to survive. But the blubber traps warmth inside, keeping the dolphin's core temperature stable and comfortable. Blubber also serves as an energy reserve. When food is plentiful, dolphins build up their layer of blubber, storing energy for times when hunting might be more difficult. If a dolphin goes through a period when food is scarce, perhaps during a long migration or in a season when prey is hard to find, it can draw upon the energy stored in its blubber to keep going. So blubber is both a blanket and a pantry. It keeps the dolphin warm and nourished, a layer of safety wrapped around its body, protecting it from the cold and the uncertainty of life in the sea. And you, too, are wrapped in layers of safety right now. The blankets around you, the softness beneath you, the warmth of your resting space. They are holding you, keeping you comfortable and secure. Let yourself sink into that comfort. Let yourself feel held. You are protected. You are cared for. And you are doing so very well. While blubber keeps a dolphin's core warm, there are some parts of the body that are not covered by this insulating layer. The flukes and flippers, for example, extend out from the body and are relatively thin. Without special adaptations, these extremities could lose heat quickly or conversely, could become too warm when the dolphin is active. Dolphins have solved this problem with a clever system of blood vessels that act as heat exchangers. In the flukes and flippers, arteries carrying warm blood from the core of the body run very close to veins carrying cooler blood back toward the heart. When a dolphin needs to conserve heat, perhaps during a dive into cold, deep water, the warm blood in the arteries transfers some of its heat to the cooler blood in the veins before reaching the extremities. This means less heat is lost through the flukes and flippers, and more warmth stays in the dolphin's vital organs. When a dolphin needs to release heat, perhaps after vigorous swimming, the blood flow can be adjusted to allow more warmth to reach the extremities, where it can dissipate into the surrounding water. It is a beautifully elegant system, a natural thermostat built right into the dolphin's body. Without any conscious effort, the dolphin's circulatory system adjusts to keep its temperature perfectly balanced. Warm when it needs to be warm, cool when it needs to be cool, always in harmony with its environment. And now, let us consider one more remarkable adaptation that helps dolphins thrive in their underwater world. When a dolphin dives beneath the surface, it holds its breath. There is no breathing underwater for these air-breathing mammals. They must make do with the oxygen stored in their lungs and blood until they return to the surface for another breath. To make the most of this limited oxygen supply, dolphins have developed the ability to slow their heart rate during dives. This is a conscious process. The dolphin can choose to reduce its heart rate, sometimes quite dramatically. By slowing the heart, the dolphin conserves oxygen. The blood circulates more slowly, delivering oxygen to the most vital organs, the brain, the heart, while reducing the supply to less critical areas. In this way, the dolphin can stay underwater for longer periods, hunting, exploring, or simply resting beneath the waves. Imagine the peacefulness of this. The dolphin descends into the quiet blue, its heart slowing, its body relaxing, its movements becoming calm and unhurried. There is no rush, only a slow, steady patience, a trust in its own remarkable body to carry it through. And perhaps you can feel your own body slowing now, too. Your heart beating gently, steadily, without any hurry at all. Your breath coming soft and easy. There is no rush for you either. Only this moment, only this rest. You are doing something beautiful by being here. Let your body know how grateful you are for carrying you through each day. And let it rest now, deeply and peacefully. Dolphins are swift and graceful swimmers. Bottlenose dolphins can sprint at 18 to 20 miles per hour, while common dolphins can reach even greater speeds, up to 37 miles per hour in short bursts. Their powerful tail flukes, made of dense connective tissue, provide the thrust that propels them forward, while their dorsal fins act as stabilizers, helping them stay upright and steer through the water. Every part of a dolphin's body is designed to minimize drag. They lack external ear flaps and hair, and their smooth skin constantly renews itself, shedding old cells to maintain a streamlined surface. This skin is remarkably thick, more than 10 times thicker than human skin, providing protection against injury and parasites. Beneath the skin, a layer of blubber insulates the dolphin from the cold and stores energy for leaner times. A clever system of blood vessels in the flukes and flippers acts as a heat exchanger, helping the dolphin regulate its temperature. And when diving, dolphins can consciously slow their heart rate, conserving oxygen and allowing them to remain beneath the surface for longer periods. These are the gifts of evolution, adaptations refined over millions of years, allowing dolphins to thrive in the vast and varied ocean. Let these thoughts settle gently in your mind, like soft ripples spreading across still water. Rest now, breathe slowly, and when you are ready, we will continue our journey together, drifting ever deeper into the peaceful world of dolphins. How are you feeling now? Perhaps your eyelids have grown heavier. Perhaps your thoughts have begun to soften around the edges, becoming gentle and hazy, like light filtering through deep water. Whatever state you find yourself in, it is exactly right. There is no correct way to rest. There is only your way, and it is perfect. Let us continue our gentle journey together. We have learned about the dolphin's graceful body, its speed and streamlined design, its remarkable skin and the warmth of its blubber. Now we will go deeper, literally. We will descend into the darker waters where dolphins dive and discover how they navigate a world where light fades and sound becomes everything. Take a slow breath, let it out gently, and let us sink together into the quiet deep. When a dolphin dives, it enters a world of increasing pressure. The deeper it goes, the more the weight of the water above presses down upon its body. For many creatures, this pressure would be dangerous, even crushing. But dolphins have evolved remarkable adaptations that allow them to descend safely into the depths. One of these adaptations involves their lungs. Unlike our human lungs, which are relatively rigid, a dolphin's lungs are collapsible. As the dolphin dives deeper and the pressure increases, the lungs can safely compress, becoming smaller and smaller. The air inside them is squeezed into a smaller space, but the lung tissue itself is not damaged. Dolphins also have flexible rib cages. The bones of their ribs can bend and shift, accommodating the compression of the lungs without breaking or causing injury. This flexibility allows the dolphin to withstand pressures that would be harmful to less adaptable bodies. Imagine the dolphin descending into the blue, the light growing dimmer, the water pressing gently all around. Its body adjusts naturally, effortlessly to the changing environment. There is no struggle, no strain, just a peaceful sinking, a trusting surrender to the depths. As a dolphin dives, it must make the most of the oxygen stored in its body. We learned earlier that dolphins can slow their heart rate to conserve oxygen, but there is another adaptation that helps them during long, deep dives. Within a dolphin's muscles is a protein called myoglobin. This protein has a special ability. It binds to oxygen and holds onto it, creating an internal oxygen store right within the muscle tissue. Dolphins have remarkably high levels of myoglobin in their muscles, much higher than most land mammals. This means their muscles can carry a substantial reserve of oxygen, ready to be used when the dolphin is swimming powerfully or staying beneath the surface for an extended time. Think of myoglobin as a tiny oxygen bank, tucked away in every muscle fiber. When the dolphin needs oxygen, it can draw upon this reserve, keeping its muscles working smoothly even when far from the surface and the fresh air above. You are doing so well. Simply allowing yourself to be here, to rest, to listen. This is a gift you are giving to yourself. Your body is doing its own quiet work right now, restoring and renewing while you rest. You don't have to do anything to help it along. Just be here. Just breathe. You are exactly where you need to be. Now let us consider just how deep dolphins can go. Many dolphin species routinely dive to depths of 300 to 500 meters. That is over 1,000 feet below the surface. A depth where sunlight barely reaches, where the water is cold and dark, and where the pressure is immense. At these depths, the world looks very different. The bright blues of the surface give way to deep indigo, then to darkness. The dolphin moves through a realm of shadow, relying on senses other than sight to find its way. Some relatives of dolphins, like certain beaked whales and sperm whales, dive even deeper. These remarkable creatures can descend over 1,000 meters, more than half a mile beneath the waves. To achieve such depths, they redistribute the air in their bodies to non-vital areas, protecting their most important organs from the crushing pressure. It is humbling to imagine, while we rest here on the surface, in our comfortable spaces, there are creatures far below, moving through a world of darkness and silence, perfectly at home in a realm we can barely comprehend. Among the most impressive divers in the dolphin family are Risso's dolphins. These beautiful creatures, with their distinctive scarred skin and rounded heads, are elite divers, capable of holding their breath for more than 30 minutes as they hunt in the deep. During these long dives, Risso's dolphins employ the strategies we have learned about. They slow their heart rate dramatically. They draw upon the oxygen stored in their myoglobin-rich muscles, and they prioritize the delivery of oxygen to the most vital organs, the brain and the heart, while reducing blood flow to less critical areas. This peripheral shutdown, as scientists call it, allows the dolphin to conserve its precious oxygen supply, extending its time beneath the surface. The muscles of the flippers and flukes receive less blood, but the brain remains alert. The heart keeps beating, and the dolphin continues its patient hunt in the darkness below. There is something meditative about this image. The dolphin, deep beneath the waves, its body quiet and still, its heart slow and steady, moving through the dark with calm purpose. No rush, no panic, just a peaceful, patient presence in the deep. And you too can find that calm patience within yourself. Right now, in this moment, there is nowhere you need to go, nothing you need to do. You can let your heart beat slowly, your breath come gently, your body rest deeply. Like the diving dolphin, you can trust your body to take care of you. You are safe, you are held, and you are doing beautifully. As dolphins descend into darker waters, they must rely on senses other than sight to navigate and find food. This is where one of the most remarkable abilities in the animal kingdom comes into play: echolocation. Echolocation is a way of seeing with sound. A dolphin produces rapid clicking sounds, sometimes hundreds of clicks per second, and sends them out into the water. These clicks travel through the sea until they strike an object: a fish, a rock, the sandy bottom, another dolphin. When the sound waves hit the object, they bounce back as echoes, returning to the dolphin. By listening to these returning echoes, the dolphin can build a detailed picture of its surroundings. It can determine the size, shape, distance, and even the texture of objects in the water. In murky or dark conditions where vision is useless, echolocation allows the dolphin to see with perfect clarity. Imagine the dolphin swimming through dim waters, sending out its clicks like tiny pulses of light, each one returning with information about the world around it. The darkness holds no fear for the dolphin, carries its own way of seeing built right into its body. You might wonder why dolphins rely so heavily on sound rather than sight. Part of the answer lies in a fundamental difference between sound in water and sound in air. In air, sound travels at a certain speed, roughly 343 meters per second at sea level. But in water, sound travels much faster. In fact, sound moves through water about 4.5 to 5 times faster than it does through air. This means that sound is an incredibly efficient way to communicate and navigate underwater. Light, on the other hand, does not travel well in water. Sunlight penetrates only the upper layers of the ocean, and even in clear water, visibility is limited compared to what we experience on land. In murky waters, visibility can be just a few feet or less. For these reasons, dolphins have evolved to rely on sound as their primary sense. They communicate with whistles, clicks, and other vocalizations. They navigate with echolocation. In the underwater world, sound is king, and dolphins are masters of it. Let yourself sink a little deeper into relaxation now. You are doing so wonderfully. Each breath you take carries you further into rest, like gentle waves carrying you out to sea. There is nothing to worry about here, nothing to think about, just the sound of these words washing softly over you and the quiet peace of this moment. You are exactly where you are meant to be. The dolphin's ability to hear is truly extraordinary. While humans can hear sounds ranging from about 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz, dolphins can detect frequencies far beyond our range. Some dolphins can hear ultrasonic frequencies up to 150,000 Hz, more than 7 times higher than the upper limit of human hearing. This incredible hearing ability is essential for echolocation. The clicks that dolphins produce are often in the ultrasonic range, too high-pitched for human ears to detect. By producing and listening to these high-frequency sounds, dolphins can detect incredibly small objects, tiny fish, shrimp, or other prey with remarkable precision. The returning echoes carry detailed information. A dolphin can tell not just where an object is, but how big it is, how fast it is moving, and even what it might be made of. A fish hiding in the sand, a squid drifting in the current, a distant school of prey. All of these become visible to the dolphin through sound alone. It is a world of sound that we can scarcely imagine. A symphony of clicks and echoes, playing out in frequencies beyond our perception, painting a picture of the underwater world in exquisite detail. Here is something even more remarkable. Dolphins can adjust the focus of their echolocation beam, just as you might adjust the beam of a flashlight, narrowing it to a focus spot or widening it to illuminate a broader area. Dolphins can control the shape of the sound beam they project. When a dolphin wants to scan a wide area, searching for prey or getting a general sense of its surroundings, it can widen its echolocation beam. This broader beam covers more territory, allowing the dolphin to detect objects over a larger range. But when the dolphin has found something interesting, a potential meal perhaps, it can narrow its beam, focusing it into a precise, concentrated cone of sound. This focus beam provides more detailed information about the target, allowing the dolphin to pinpoint its prey with accuracy. This ability to adjust and refine the echolocation beam is a testament to the sophistication of dolphin senses. They are not simply making noise and listening. They are actively shaping their perception of the world, choosing how to gather information, adapting their senses to the task at hand. Take a moment to appreciate your own senses right now. Perhaps you can feel the softness of your bed or pillow. Perhaps you can hear the quiet sounds of the night or the gentle rhythm of your own breathing. Your senses, too, are remarkable, each one a gift that connects you to the world around you. But for now, let them rest. Let your awareness soften. Let yourself drift gently towards sleep. You are doing so wonderfully. Despite the remarkable power of echolocation, it does have its limitations. One interesting limitation is what scientists sometimes call the cone of silence. Directly behind the dolphin's blowhole, there is a small zone where echolocation signals cannot effectively detect objects that are very close. The sound waves produced by the dolphin project forward, and the anatomy of the dolphin's head creates a blind spot in this rear area. If something is directly behind and close to the dolphin's head, the echolocation clicks may not reach it properly, and the returning echoes may not be detected. To gain full awareness of objects in this zone, the dolphin must turn its head, adjusting its position so that the target falls within the effective range of its sonar. This small blind spot is a reminder that even the most sophisticated senses have their limits. But dolphins are well aware of this limitation, and they compensate for it naturally, turning and moving to ensure they have a complete picture of their surroundings. In a way, we all have our blind spots, things we cannot see or perceive without making an effort to shift our perspective. And that is okay. It is simply part of being a living creature in a complex world. Finally, let us consider one more fascinating aspect of dolphin perception. The front of a dolphin's head contains two important structures: the melon, which is the rounded, fatty organ in the forehead, and the rostrum, which is the elongated snout or beak. Both the melon and the rostrum are rich with thousands of nerve endings. These nerve endings are exquisitely sensitive to touch and pressure, allowing dolphins to detect subtle textures and vibrations. This sensitivity serves a special purpose. When dolphins are hunting for prey that may be buried in the sand or hidden in sediment, they cannot always rely on echolocation alone. But by pressing their rostrum into the sand, they can feel for hidden creatures, fish, crabs, or other small prey, using touch alone. This ability to detect texture through sediment without ever seeing the prey is another testament to the dolphin's remarkable sensory world. They can feel the subtle differences between sand and shell, between empty space and hidden life. Their snouts become searching fingers, probing the ocean floor with delicate precision. It is a quiet, gentle kind of hunting. No chase, no speed, just patience and sensitivity and trust in the body's ability to find what it needs. And you can trust your body now too. Trust it to carry you into sleep. Trust it to restore you while you rest. You have been so patient, so gentle with yourself tonight. That is a beautiful thing. Let yourself be proud of this simple act of rest. Let yourself feel the peace that comes from caring for yourself. You are doing so well. As we reach the end of this third chapter, let us softly gather the things we have learned. Dolphins are masterful divers, equipped with collapsible lungs and flexible rib cages that allow them to withstand the crushing pressure of the deep. High levels of myoglobin in their muscles provide an internal oxygen store, supporting powerful swimming and extended time beneath the surface. Many dolphins routinely dive to 300 to 500 meters, while some relatives can descend over 1,000 meters into the darkness. Elite divers like Risso's dolphins can hold their breath for more than 30 minutes, slowing their hearts and redirecting oxygen to the brain and heart while peripheral areas shut down to conserve supply. In the dark waters where light fails, dolphins rely on echolocation, sending out clicks and listening for returning echoes to navigate and find prey. Sound travels nearly 5 times faster in water than in air, making it the ideal sense for the underwater world. Dolphins can hear ultrasonic frequencies up to 150,000 hertz, detecting tiny prey with incredible precision. They can adjust the focus of their echolocation beam, widening it to scan broad areas or narrowing it to target specific objects. A small cone of silence behind their blowhole requires them to turn their heads for full awareness, and the sensitive nerve endings in their melon and rostrum allow them to detect buried prey through touch alone, feeling textures hidden beneath the sand. These are the senses of a creature perfectly adapted to its world, a world of depth, darkness, and sound. Let these thoughts settle softly in your mind, like echoes fading into the quiet deep. Rest now, breathe slowly, and when you are ready, we will continue our journey together, floating gently onward into the peaceful world of dolphins. I hope you are feeling peaceful. Perhaps you have been drifting in and out, floating on the gentle current of these words. Perhaps you have been fully awake, simply enjoying the rest. Or perhaps you have already slipped into sleep, and these words are now weaving themselves softly into your dreams. Wherever you are, however you are feeling, it is all perfectly right. We have traveled together through the dolphin's remarkable body, its speed, its skin, its ability to dive deep into the dark waters where light cannot reach. We have learned how dolphins see with sound, navigating a world of echoes and vibrations. Now let us explore more of the dolphin's senses and discover how these intelligent creatures find their food. We will learn about their hunting strategies, their clever cooperation, and the many different waters they call home, from the open ocean to the winding rivers of distant continents. Take a slow, soft breath. Let your body relax even more deeply, and let us continue. Although dolphins rely heavily on echolocation, they are not blind. They do have eyes, and they can see quite well, especially in conditions where many other creatures would struggle. Dolphin eyes are adapted for low-light conditions. Beneath the surface of the ocean, even in relatively shallow water, the light is dimmer than it is on land. Sunlight filters down through the water, growing softer and more diffuse the deeper you go. In these dim conditions, dolphin eyes perform admirably, gathering what light is available and creating a useful picture of the world. However, dolphins have limited color perception. While humans can see a rich spectrum of colors, dolphins likely see the world in more muted tones, perhaps shades of blue and gray, without the vibrant reds and yellows that brighten our own experience. But this is not a disadvantage for a creature that relies so heavily on sound. For dolphins, color is less important than shape, movement, and the detailed information that echolocation provides. Their eyes are one tool among many, well suited to the underwater world, but not their primary way of understanding it. Imagine seeing the world this way: soft blues and silvers, shapes moving through the dim light, and all around you, the rich symphony of sound painting an even more detailed picture. It is a different way of experiencing the world, but no less complete. While dolphins have adapted their vision for underwater life, their sense of taste is quite limited. In fact, dolphins have very few taste buds compared to many other animals. Humans have thousands of taste buds, allowing us to enjoy a wide range of flavors: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and savory. But dolphins have only a small fraction of this number. Scientists believe that dolphins may barely taste their food at all, or that their sense of taste is extremely dull compared to ours. Instead of relying on flavor, dolphins seem to focus on texture when choosing their prey. The feel of a fish in their mouth, its size, its firmness, its slipperiness, may be more important than any taste it might have. A fresh, healthy fish feels different from one that is old or unwell, and dolphins can likely detect these differences through touch. So while we might savor the flavors of our meals, dolphins experience food in a different way. For them, eating is a tactile experience, a matter of texture and feel rather than taste. It is another reminder of how differently creatures can experience the same world. You are doing so beautifully, just resting here, letting these gentle facts wash over you. This is exactly what your mind and body need. There is no effort required. You do not need to remember anything or do anything or be anything other than exactly who you are right now. You are enough. You are at peace, and you are doing wonderfully well. Dolphins are carnivores. Their diet consists primarily of fish and squid, though the exact prey depends on the species of dolphin and the waters in which it lives. Some dolphins prefer small schooling fish. Others hunt larger prey. But all dolphins are hunters, and many of them are remarkably skilled at working together. One of the most fascinating hunting behaviors dolphins display is cooperative herding. When a group of dolphins encounters a school of fish, they may work together to herd the fish into a tight ball. The dolphins swim around the school, circling and diving, gradually pushing the fish closer and closer together. As the fish cluster into a dense, swirling mass, they become easier to catch. The dolphins then take turns rushing into the ball to feed, each one grabbing mouthfuls of fish before swimming back out to let the next dolphin have its turn. This cooperative hunting requires communication, coordination, and trust. Each dolphin must understand its role and work in harmony with the others. It is a beautiful example of teamwork in the animal kingdom. Creatures working together, sharing the task and the reward, each one contributing to the success of the group. When a dolphin catches a fish, it usually swallows it whole, head first. Dolphins do not chew their food the way we do. Their teeth are designed for gripping and catching prey, not for grinding or breaking it down. So the fish goes down in one piece, slipping smoothly into the dolphin's digestive system. To handle whole prey, some dolphins have more than one stomach. Their digestive system is divided into separate chambers, each with its own function. One chamber may store the food temporarily, while another chamber begins the process of breaking it down with digestive acids. This multi-chambered system allows dolphins to eat quickly when prey is abundant, storing food for later digestion. It also helps them process the bones, scales, and other tough parts of the fish they swallow. Everything is broken down efficiently, providing the dolphin with the nutrients and energy it needs. It is a practical adaptation for a life spent hunting in the sea. Dolphins cannot pause to chew and savor each bite. They must catch what they can, when they can, and their bodies are perfectly designed to handle whatever they swallow. Take a moment now to notice how relaxed you have become. Perhaps your breathing has slowed, each breath coming more gently than the last. Perhaps your muscles have softened, releasing tension you did not even know you were holding. This is your body's way of thanking you for this time of rest. You are giving yourself such a precious gift. Let yourself receive it fully. You are doing so well. Let us return to the remarkable cooperation dolphins display when hunting. We touched on this earlier, but it deserves a closer look, for it is truly one of the wonders of the animal kingdom. When dolphins hunt together, they communicate constantly. They use clicks, whistles, and body movements to coordinate their actions. Each dolphin seems to know where the others are and what they are doing. They move as a unit, adjusting their positions in response to the movements of both their companions and their prey. As they herd a school of fish, the dolphins take up strategic positions. Some may swim below the school, pushing it upward toward the surface. Others may circle around the sides, preventing the fish from escaping. Still others may wait for their moment to rush in and feed. This turn-taking is important. By allowing each dolphin to feed in turn, the group avoids chaos and competition. The fish remain bunched together, and every dolphin gets a chance to eat. It is a system built on cooperation, patience, and shared understanding. Watching a group of dolphins hunt is like watching a carefully choreographed dance. Each movement flows into the next. Each dolphin plays its part, and together they accomplish what none could achieve alone. Some dolphin species take their hunting techniques to even more spectacular levels. The dusky dolphin, for example, is known for its acrobatic feeding behavior. When dusky dolphins hunt schooling fish, they sometimes leap from the water and perform dramatic spins in midair. These are not just playful displays, they serve a purpose. The spinning motion and the splash of re-entry can stun or disorient the fish below, making them easier to catch. Picture this. A dolphin launches itself from the water, twisting its sleek body in a graceful spiral, water droplets flying from its skin like tiny diamonds. Then it plunges back into the sea, and beneath the surface, the stunned fish are momentarily confused, swimming in erratic patterns. The dolphin, or its companions, take advantage of this moment to snatch up their prey. It is a technique that combines power, precision, and a kind of natural artistry. The dusky dolphin turns hunting into something almost like performance, a display of skill and beauty that serves the practical purpose of filling its belly. Not all dolphin hunting takes place in the open water. Some dolphins have developed a remarkable technique called strand feeding, which brings them into the shallow margins where water meets land. In strand feeding, dolphins work together to chase fish toward the shore. They create waves with their bodies, pushing the water and the fish ahead of them. As the fish are driven into shallower and shallower water, they become trapped, caught between the dolphins behind them and the mudflat or beach ahead. At just the right moment, the dolphins make their move. They surge forward, sometimes partially sliding out of the water themselves, grabbing the stranded fish before they can escape. It is a brief, dramatic moment. Dolphins half on land, half in water, snatching up their prey with quick precision. Then, with a twist of their powerful bodies, the dolphins slide back into the water, their meal secured. It looks risky. These are, after all, creatures designed for life in the sea. But dolphins who practice strand feeding have perfected the technique over generations, learning exactly how far they can go and how to return safely to the water. It is a reminder of how adaptable and clever dolphins can be, using the very edge of their environment to gain an advantage in the hunt. Dolphins are highly adaptable creatures, and some have learned to take advantage of human activity. Along many coastlines, certain dolphins have developed the habit of following fishing boats. These dolphins have discovered that fishing boats can be a source of easy food. Sometimes fishermen discard unwanted fish, tossing them back into the sea. The dolphins are quick to take advantage of this, snatching up the discarded catch. Other times, the boats themselves disturb schools of fish, scattering them in ways that make them easier for dolphins to hunt. Over time, Some coastal dolphin populations have changed their natural feeding patterns to incorporate these human-provided opportunities. They have learned to recognize the sounds of boat engines, to follow the vessels as they move along the coast, and to position themselves to benefit from the activity. This is a fascinating example of dolphin intelligence and adaptability. They observe, they learn, and they adjust their behavior to take advantage of new resources. It is also a reminder of how closely intertwined our lives have become with the lives of the creatures around us, even in the vast expanse of the ocean. You are resting so deeply now. I can feel it in the gentle rhythm of these words, in the peaceful silence between the sentences. Your body knows what to do. It knows how to let go, how to soften, how to sink into the comfort beneath you. Trust that knowing. Trust your body's wisdom. You are safe here, you are cared for, and you are doing absolutely beautifully. Dolphins are found in an astonishing variety of habitats around the world. When we think of dolphins, we often picture them leaping through the waves of the open ocean, sunlight sparkling on the water around them. And indeed, many dolphin species do live in the deep, blue waters far from shore. But dolphins are also found in coastal shallows, where the water is warm and calm and the seafloor is visible below. They swim through bays and estuaries, where rivers meet the sea and the water shifts between salt and fresh. They navigate around coral reefs and kelp forests, through channels between islands and along sandy beaches. And perhaps most surprisingly, some dolphins do not live in the ocean at all. They live in rivers, large, winding freshwater rivers like the Amazon in South America, the Ganges in India, and the Yangtze in China. These river dolphins have adapted to life far from the sea, thriving in waters that are often brown with sediment and shadowed by overhanging forest. Each habitat presents its own challenges, and dolphins have evolved to meet them. Whether in the open ocean or a jungle river, these remarkable creatures have found ways to survive and flourish. Let us take a closer look at the river dolphins, for they are truly unique among their kind. River dolphins, like those found in the Amazon, have evolved to suit their murky, freshwater homes. Their bodies are somewhat different from their oceanic cousins. Many river dolphins have long, flexible snouts, much longer and thinner than those of most marine dolphins. These elongated snouts are perfectly suited for probing into muddy riverbeds and searching for fish hiding in the sediment. Their eyesight, however, is often quite poor. In the murky waters of a jungle river, where visibility can be nearly zero, eyes are of limited use. Some river dolphins have eyes so small that they are nearly vestigial, providing only basic light detection rather than clear vision. Instead, these dolphins rely even more heavily on echolocation and touch. Their clicks and echoes guide them through the dark, tangled waters. Their sensitive snouts feel for prey hidden in the mud. They have become creatures of sound and touch, perfectly adapted to a world where sight has little meaning. It is a different kind of dolphin life, quieter perhaps and more mysterious. The river dolphins move through their shadowy world like gentle ghosts, navigating by senses we can barely imagine. And now let yourself drift a little deeper. You have learned so much tonight, and your mind has held it all so gently. But now it is time to let even these thoughts grow soft and hazy. Let them float away like leaves on a quiet river. There is nothing you need to hold on to, nothing you need to remember. Only this moment, only this peace, only the gentle, steady rhythm of your breath. You are doing so wonderfully well. As we reach the end of this fourth chapter, let us softly gather the things we have learned. Dolphins have excellent low-light vision, adapted for the dim conditions beneath the waves, though their color perception is limited. Their sense of taste is quite poor, with few taste buds, so they rely on texture rather than flavor when selecting their prey. Dolphins are carnivores, feeding mainly on fish and squid. They often hunt cooperatively, herding schools of fish into tight balls and taking turns to feed. Some dolphins, like the dusky dolphin, perform acrobatic spins while hunting to stun their prey. Others practice strand feeding, driving fish onto mudflats and sliding in to grab them. Some dolphins have multiple stomach chambers to help them digest the whole fish they swallow headfirst. Coastal dolphins have learned to follow fishing boats, adapting their feeding patterns to take advantage of human activity. Dolphins live in a remarkable variety of habitats, from open oceans and coastal shallows to large freshwater rivers. River dolphins, like those in the Amazon, have long, flexible snouts and poor eyesight, perfectly adapted to the murky waters of their jungle homes. These are the senses and strategies of creatures who have learned to thrive in almost every watery corner of our planet. Let these thoughts settle gently in your mind, like silt drifting slowly to the riverbed. Rest now, breathe slowly, and when you are ready, we will continue our journey together, floating peacefully onward into the world of dolphins. How softly the time has passed. We have been traveling together through the world of dolphins, learning about their remarkable bodies, their senses, their ways of finding food in the vast and varied waters they call home. And now we come to something even more beautiful: the social lives of dolphins. Dolphins are not solitary creatures. They live in communities. They form bonds. They communicate in ways that are complex and nuanced, full of meaning and emotion. In many ways, the lives of dolphins are woven together with the lives of those around them, creating a fabric of connection that stretches across the ocean. So let us explore this together. Let us listen to the sounds dolphins make, watch the ways they move, and discover how they stay connected to one another across the endless blue. As always, There is nothing you need to do but rest. Let your body be heavy. Let your mind be soft. And let these gentle words carry you deeper into peace. Many dolphin species are deeply social creatures. They live in groups called pods, swimming together, hunting together, playing together through the rhythms of their days. The bottlenose dolphin, perhaps the most familiar dolphin of all, typically lives in pods of around 10 to 15 individuals. These are not random gatherings. The dolphins in a pod know one another. They have relationships, friendships perhaps, and family connections. They spend their lives in one another's company, sharing the work of hunting, the joy of play, and the safety of numbers. Within a pod, there is a sense of belonging. The dolphins travel together through their home waters, resting together, rising to breathe together, moving as a group through the currents. When one dolphin finds food, the others share in the feast. When danger approaches, the pod responds together, protecting the young and the vulnerable. Imagine being part of such a group, swimming through the blue with companions at your side. Never alone, always part of something larger. There is a deep comfort in that image, a sense of community and connection that warms the heart. While bottlenose dolphins often live in pods of 10 to 15, the size of dolphin groups can vary enormously depending on the species and the habitat. Some dolphins, particularly certain river dolphins, are more solitary by nature. They may swim alone or in very small groups, navigating the winding channels of their freshwater homes with only occasional encounters with others of their kind. For these dolphins, life is quieter, more individual. But at the other end of the spectrum, some oceanic dolphins form astonishingly large gatherings. Pacific white-sided dolphins, for example, sometimes come together in what scientists call superpods, massive aggregations that can number in the hundreds or even thousands of individuals. Imagine that scene. 1,000 dolphins, perhaps more, moving together through the open ocean, the water churning with their bodies, the air filled with their breath. A living, breathing city of dolphins, stretching across the waves as far as the eye can see. It is a breathtaking image, a reminder of how abundant and vibrant life can be in the ocean's blue expanse. You are resting so peacefully now. I hope you can feel how deeply you have relaxed, how completely you have let go of the day's worries. This is a gift you are giving yourself, the gift of rest, of peace, of gentle learning. You deserve this. You deserve to feel this calm, this safe, this held. Let yourself receive it fully. You are doing so beautifully. One of the most remarkable things about dolphin communication is the signature whistle. Each dolphin develops its own unique whistle, a distinct pattern of sound that belongs to that dolphin alone. You can think of the signature whistle as a name, just as you have a name that identifies you, that people use to call you and get your attention. Each dolphin has a whistle that serves the same purpose. When a dolphin produces its signature whistle, it is announcing itself. It is saying, in effect, "This is me. I am here." And other dolphins recognize these whistles. When a dolphin hears the signature whistle of a companion, it knows exactly who is calling. Even across great distances, through murky water where visibility is poor, dolphins can find one another by sound. A mother can call to her calf. Friends can locate each other in a crowded sea. The signature whistle cuts through the noise and says, unmistakably, "It's me." There is something deeply touching about this. Each dolphin, carrying its own unique voice, its own personal song, and other dolphins listening for that voice, recognizing it, responding to it. It is a form of connection that transcends the physical, linking dolphins together through the invisible medium of sound. The signature whistles of dolphins are not static. They can evolve and change, shaped by the group in which the dolphin lives. When dolphins live together in a pod, their signature whistles may begin to share certain characteristics. The whistles develop what scientists describe as dialects, subtle patterns and qualities that are common to the group. Dolphins in one pod may have whistles that sound slightly different from those of dolphins in another pod, even if they are the same species. These shared dialect features strengthen group identity. They are like an accent, a way of speaking that marks the dolphins as belonging together. When a dolphin hears a whistle with the familiar dialect of its pod, it knows that whistle comes from one of its own. It is a sound of home, of family, of belonging. And in isolated pods, groups that do not regularly interact with other dolphins, these dialects can become even more distinct, evolving uniquely over time. Each pod develops its own vocal culture, its own way of speaking that sets it apart from all others. Take a moment now to feel how connected you are to the world around you. Even as you rest here, in your quiet space, you are part of something larger. You belong to communities, to families, to networks of people who know your voice and your presence. Like the dolphins, you have your own unique way of being in the world. And that is something precious. Let yourself feel the warmth of that belonging. You are not alone. You are held by the connections you have made. And you are doing so wonderfully well. Beyond individual signature whistles and pod dialects, scientists have discovered that different dolphin populations can develop entirely distinct vocal cultures. Groups of dolphins living in different regions may have noticeably different call patterns, even if they belong to the same species. This is similar to the way human languages vary from place to place. People in one part of the world speak differently from people in another part, even if they share a common linguistic ancestry. The rhythms, the sounds, the patterns of speech evolve independently, shaped by the community and the environment. Dolphins, it seems, do something similar. A population of dolphins in one part of the ocean may have a repertoire of calls and whistles that sounds quite different from a population in another region. If dolphins from these two groups were to meet, they might recognize each other as dolphins, but their languages would be distinct. This discovery hints at the richness and complexity of dolphin communication. These are not simple sounds made by instinct alone. They are learned, cultural behaviors passed down through generations and shaped by the community. Each population of dolphins carries its own vocal heritage, its own way of speaking to the world. Dolphins produce a variety of sounds, and scientists have identified at least 3 main types, each serving different purposes in the dolphin's life. The first type is whistles. These are the melodic, tonal sounds that include the signature whistles we discussed earlier. Whistles are often used for communication, calling to one another, maintaining contact, expressing identity. The second type is clicks. These are the rapid, sharp sounds used in echolocation. As we learned earlier, dolphins send out clicks and listen for the returning echoes to navigate and find prey. Clicks are the dolphin's way of seeing with sound, painting a detailed picture of the underwater world. The third type is burst pulse sounds. These are rapid packets of clicks, delivered so quickly that they blend into a buzzing or crackling noise. Burst pulse sounds serve yet another purpose, often related to social interaction. Each type of sound has its role. Whistles for connection, clicks for perception, burst pulsed sounds for expression. Together, they form a rich vocabulary of sound, allowing dolphins to navigate their world, find their food, and communicate with one another in ways that are both practical and deeply social. You are such a wonderful listener. Whether you are still fully awake or drifting somewhere between waking and sleep, you are doing exactly what you need to do. Your body is resting, your mind is softening, and somewhere deep inside, you are absorbing these gentle facts about gentle creatures. There is no effort required. Just be here. Just breathe. You are safe and you are doing so very well. Let us look more closely at those burst pulse sounds, for they reveal something fascinating about dolphin social life. Burst pulse sounds are often used during close-range social interactions. When dolphins are near one another, swimming side by side, interacting directly, they may produce these rapid, buzzing sounds as a form of expression. Scientists have observed that burst pulse sounds are frequently associated with moments of heightened emotion or social significance. A dispute between two dolphins, for example, might be accompanied by these sounds. So might moments of excitement, playfulness, or dominance displays. You can think of burst pulse sounds as a kind of emotional punctuation. They add emphasis and expression to social encounters, conveying information about the dolphin's state of mind. They say, without words, I am excited, or I am asserting myself, or pay attention to me. This adds another layer of richness to dolphin communication. Beyond the practical sounds of echolocation and the identifying sounds of signature whistles, there are these expressive, emotional sounds, a way for dolphins to share their feelings with one another. Sound is not the only way dolphins communicate. They also use their bodies, expressing themselves through movement and physical behavior. Dolphins are known for their acrobatic displays, the leaps and spins that bring them bursting from the water. But these are not just playful antics. They can be forms of communication, signaling excitement, calling attention, or expressing energy and vitality. Tail slapping is another common behavior. A dolphin will lift its tail flukes above the surface and bring them down sharply, creating a loud slap against the water. This sound can carry for some distance, and it seems to convey a variety of messages depending on the context. Jaw clapping, snapping the jaws together with a sharp click, is often a sign of aggression or warning. It is a way of saying, "Back off," or "I am not happy." And then there are gentler behaviors. Dolphins rub against one another, pressing their bodies together as they swim. This rubbing seems to be a form of social bonding, a way of strengthening the connections between individuals. Through all these behaviors, dolphins communicate constantly. Their bodies are always speaking, expressing emotions and intentions, maintaining the complex web of relationships that holds the pod together. Right now, your body is communicating with you. It is telling you that it is ready for rest, ready for sleep, ready to be still and quiet. Listen to that message. Honor it. Let yourself sink deeper into this peaceful place. You are doing something so kind for yourself tonight. You are doing so well. Let us return for a moment to tail slapping, for it is a versatile and interesting behavior. When a dolphin slaps its tail against the water, the resulting sound is loud and distinctive. It can travel through the water and the air, reaching the ears of dolphins and other creatures at a considerable distance. The meaning of a tail slap depends on the situation. Sometimes it serves as an alarm, alerting other dolphins to potential danger. A dolphin that spots a predator or senses something amiss may slap its tail to warn its companions. Other times, a tail slap may express irritation or annoyance. Dolphins, like all social creatures, sometimes have disagreements or frustrations. A sharp tail slap can communicate displeasure without escalating to more aggressive behavior. And sometimes, a tail slap is simply a way of getting attention. In a large group, with many dolphins moving and vocalizing at once, a loud slap can cut through the noise and say, "Look at me. Pay attention to what I'm doing." It is a simple behavior, but one that carries many possible meanings. Context is everything. The dolphins themselves seem to understand this, interpreting each tail slap based on the situation in which it occurs. Finally, let us consider one of the most tender aspects of dolphin social life: the use of touch. Dolphins are tactile creatures. They use physical contact as a way of bonding with one another, strengthening the relationships that hold the pod together. When dolphins swim side by side, they often brush against one another, their bodies touching gently as they move through the water. This contact is not accidental. It is intentional, a way of saying, "I am here with you. We are together." Dolphins also rub their bodies against one another, sometimes quite deliberately. They may overlap their pectoral fins, the flippers on the sides of their bodies, resting one fin against or over the fin of a companion. This overlapping of fins is a particularly intimate gesture, a sign of closeness and trust. Through touch, dolphins maintain their bonds. They reassure one another. They express affection and connection. In a world of water and sound, where visibility is often limited and distances can be vast, touch becomes a powerful form of communication. It says what whistles and clicks cannot. I care about you. You matter to me. We are connected. You matter. You are valued. And tonight, as you rest and drift towards sleep, I hope you can feel held by the warmth of that truth. You are not alone in this world. You are part of a web of connections, a community of beings who share this beautiful planet. Let that knowing bring you peace. Let it wrap around you like a warm blanket. You are loved. You are enough. And you are doing so wonderfully, wonderfully well. As we reach the end of this 5th chapter, let us softly gather the things we have learned. Dolphins are social creatures, living in groups called pods. Bottlenose dolphins typically form pods of 10 to 15 individuals, while some species gather in superpods of thousands. Each dolphin has a unique signature whistle, a personal sound that works like a name, allowing individuals to recognize and call to one another across the water. These signature whistles can develop dialects within pods, strengthening group identity. Different dolphin populations may have entirely distinct vocal cultures, with call patterns that vary from region to region. Dolphins produce at least 3 main types of sounds: whistles for communication, clicks for echolocation, and burst pulse sounds for close-range social interactions like disputes, excitement, or dominance displays. Beyond sound, dolphins communicate through body language. They leap, they slap their tails, they clap their jaws, and they rub against one another. Tail slapping can serve as an alarm, a sign of irritation, or a way to get attention. And touch, swimming side by side, rubbing bodies, overlapping pectoral fins, is a vital part of social bonding, strengthening the relationships that hold the pod together. These are the voices and gestures of the pod, the ways dolphins stay connected to one another across the vast and shifting sea. Let these thoughts settle gently in your mind, like the soft touch of one dolphin's fin against another. Rest now, breathe slowly, and when you are ready, we will continue our journey together, drifting peacefully onward into the world of dolphins. We have traveled so far together through the world of dolphins. We have learned about their bodies and their senses, their hunting and their habitats, their voices and their bonds. And now we come to something especially tender, the family life of dolphins, the mothers and their calves, the bonds that form between generations, the quiet, devoted care that brings new life into the ocean and nurtures it towards strength. There is something deeply soothing about stories of mothers and babies, of protection and nurturing, of the gentle rhythms of care that echo across so many species. Perhaps as you listen, you will feel held by these stories, cradled, in a way, by the knowledge that care and tenderness exist everywhere in the natural world, even beneath the waves. So settle in even more deeply now. Let your breath slow to a gentle tide, and let us continue our journey into the peaceful world of dolphins. We learned earlier that each dolphin has a unique signature whistle, a personal sound that functions like a name. This whistle becomes especially important in the bond between a mother and her calf. When a mother dolphin and her calf become separated, perhaps in the swirl of a busy pod or during the chaos of a hunt, they use their signature whistles to find one another again. As they reunite, they exchange these whistles, calling back and forth in what scientists describe as a vocal name check. The mother whistles, announcing herself. The calf responds with its own whistle, confirming its identity. In this way, amid the noise and movement of the pod, mother and calf can be certain they have found each other. There is no confusion, no mistaken identity. The whistles say, clearly and unmistakably, "It's me. I'm here. We're together again." Imagine the relief in that moment. The mother calling through the water, the calf answering, and then the two of them side by side once more, swimming together through the blue. It is a small ritual of reunion, repeated countless times throughout the years they spend together. A confirmation of the bond that connects them. In some dolphin species, the bonds between individuals extend beyond mother and calf. Male dolphins, in particular, sometimes form long-term alliances with other males, friendships you might call them, that can last for many years. These male alliances are fascinating to observe. The males in an alliance work together, coordinating their efforts in ways that benefit the group. They may team up to court females, swimming together in synchronized displays that attract attention and demonstrate their strength. They may also work together to guard access to a female, preventing rival males from approaching. Within these alliances, the males develop strong bonds. They swim together, hunt together, and support one another through the challenges of dolphin life. Scientists have observed that some of these partnerships last for decades, with the same males staying loyal to one another year after year. It is a reminder that dolphins, like humans, form meaningful relationships beyond the family unit. They have friends. They have allies. They have companions who travel with them through life, sharing in both the struggles and the joys. You are resting so beautifully. I hope you can feel how deeply you have relaxed, how far you have drifted from the busy world of waking life. This time you are taking for yourself is precious. It is a kindness you are offering to your own body and mind. There is nowhere else you need to be, nothing else you need to do. You are exactly where you belong, and you are doing so wonderfully well. In dolphin pods, the care of calves is not always left to mothers alone. A remarkable behavior called allomothering occurs in many dolphin communities, where other dolphins, often females who are not the calf's mother, help care for the young. These allomothers take on various roles. They may babysit, staying close to a calf while its mother is hunting or resting. They may play with the calf, helping it develop the skills and coordination it will need as it grows. And they may defend the calf from predators, placing themselves between danger and the vulnerable young dolphin. This shared caregiving benefits everyone. The mother gets a break, able to feed and rest knowing her calf is watched over by trusted companions. The calf receives extra attention and protection, and the allomothers themselves may gain valuable experience, learning the skills of caregiving before they have calves of their own. It is a community effort, a collective investment in the next generation. The calf grows up surrounded not just by its mother, but by a network of caring individuals, all contributing to its safety and development. There is something deeply reassuring in this, the knowledge that young dolphins are held not just by one, but by many. The journey of a dolphin calf begins long before it is born. Depending on the species, a mother dolphin carries her baby inside her for 10 to 18 months, a gestation period that is longer than that of many land mammals. When the time comes for the calf to be born, something remarkable happens. Unlike most mammals, dolphin calves are born tail first. This is an important adaptation for a creature that lives underwater. By emerging tail first, the calf's blowhole, its breathing passage at the top of its head, is the last part to leave the mother's body. This reduces the risk of the calf accidentally inhaling water during birth. Even so, the newborn calf must reach the surface quickly to take its first breath. Often, the mother assists, nudging the calf upward, pushing it gently toward the air above. Other dolphins in the pod may help as well, guiding the newborn to the surface. And then that first breath. The calf breaks through into the air, its blowhole opening, its lungs filling for the very first time. A new life has begun. A new dolphin has joined the pod. What a tender image that is, a mother guiding her newborn to its first breath. And here you are, breathing so gently, so easily. Your breath comes and goes without any effort at all, soft and natural as the tide. Let yourself appreciate that simple gift. The breath that sustains you, the body that carries you through each day. You are remarkable simply by being alive, and you are doing so well tonight. After birth, a dolphin calf stays close to its mother for a long time. Depending on the species, calves may nurse for up to 2 years, relying on their mother's rich milk for nourishment as they grow. During these early years, the calf often swims in what scientists call the echelon position. This is a special spot tucked against the mother's back or side, where the calf can ride along in the slipstream created by the mother's movement. Swimming in this position requires less effort for the calf. It is carried along by the flow of water its mother creates. The echelon position also keeps the calf close and protected. Predators would have to get past the mother to reach the calf, and the mother can always feel her baby right there beside her, safe and near. And when the calf is hungry, the echelon position makes nursing easy. The calf can simply turn its head and latch on, drinking its mother's milk without having to leave her side. It is a position of comfort, protection, and nourishment. Everything a young dolphin needs to thrive. Nursing underwater presents unique challenges, and dolphins have evolved elegant solutions. The calf nurses by latching onto specialized mammary slits on the mother's underside, small openings that protect the milk-producing glands while the mother swims. But here is something especially clever. The mother can consciously control the release of her milk. When the calf latches on, the mother actively ejects milk into its mouth, rather than waiting for the calf to suckle it out. This prevents the milk from being lost to the surrounding water. In the open ocean, every drop of milk is precious. Producing milk requires a great deal of energy, and wasting it would be costly for the mother. By controlling the ejection of milk, she ensures that it all goes directly to her calf, nourishing it efficiently without loss. This is just one more example of how exquisitely adapted dolphins are to their underwater lives. Even something as fundamental as nursing has been refined by evolution, shaped to meet the unique demands of life in the sea. Take a moment now to notice how your body feels. Perhaps your muscles have grown soft and heavy. Perhaps there is a warmth spreading through you, a sense of deep relaxation settling into every part of you. This is your body's way of thanking you for this rest. It is receiving the care you are giving it, just as a calf receives nourishment from its mother. You are caring for yourself tonight, and that is a beautiful thing. Let yourself feel how good it is. You are doing so wonderfully, wonderfully well. The timing of dolphin births is often carefully synchronized with the rhythms of the natural world. Many dolphin species time their calving to coincide with seasons of abundant prey. In temperate waters, for example, many bottlenose dolphins give birth during the summer months. This is when fish are plentiful, when the waters are warm, and when conditions are favorable for both mother and calf. A mother who has just given birth needs to eat well to produce milk, and a young calf benefits from entering a world where food is abundant. In other regions, the peak calving season may fall at different times, depending on local conditions. Dolphins are attuned to their environments, and their reproductive cycles reflect this attunement. They bring new life into the world when the world is ready to receive it. This synchrony with nature's rhythms is something we find across the animal kingdom. Life is woven into the fabric of the seasons, connected to the cycles of warmth and cold, abundance and scarcity. The dolphins, like so many creatures, are part of this great tapestry, their lives rising and falling with the tides of the natural world. Let us now take a moment to picture the bottlenose dolphin, perhaps the most recognizable dolphin in the world. Bottlenose dolphins are beautifully streamlined creatures. Their bodies are smooth and graceful, typically colored in shades of gray, darker on the back, lighter on the belly. They usually measure about 2 to 4 meters in length, though size can vary depending on the population. One of the most endearing features of the bottlenose dolphin is its mouth. The shape of the jaw creates a curve that looks, to human eyes, like a permanent smile. It is an expression that has charmed people for generations, making the bottlenose dolphin seem friendly, approachable, and joyful. Of course, this smile is simply the shape of the dolphin's anatomy. Dolphins do not smile the way humans do. They cannot change their facial expressions. But still, there is something delightful about looking at a bottlenose dolphin and seeing that gentle upward curve. It invites us to feel connected to them, to imagine that they are as happy to see us as we are to see them. When we think of dolphins, we often picture the smaller, playful species, the bottlenose, the spinner, the common dolphin. But the dolphin family includes one member that is far larger than all the rest: the killer whale, or orca. Despite its name, the killer whale is not a whale at all. It is a dolphin, the largest member of the dolphin family. Orcas can grow to remarkable sizes, reaching lengths of 7 to 9 meters or more. Some individuals weigh many tons. They are powerful, intelligent, and highly social, living in close-knit family groups called pods. Orcas are found in oceans all around the world, from the icy waters of the Arctic and Antarctic to the warmer seas of the tropics. They are apex predators, sitting at the top of the marine food chain, hunting fish, seals, and even other whales depending on their population and learned hunting traditions. It is fascinating to think of the orca as a dolphin. This magnificent creature, with its striking black and white coloring and its immense power, belongs to the same family as the smaller dolphins we have been learning about. The dolphin family is vast and varied, encompassing creatures of many sizes and lifestyles, all connected by their shared ancestry. And now, let us consider the span of a dolphin's life. Bottlenose dolphins, those smiling, streamlined creatures we know so well, can live remarkably long lives. In the wild, many bottlenose dolphins live 40 to 60 years, spending decades swimming with their pods, raising calves, and navigating the waters of their home territories. Orcas live even longer. Female orcas, in particular, are known for their exceptional longevity. Some have been documented living 80 years or more, and there is evidence suggesting that some individuals may reach or exceed 100 years. This is comparable to the human lifespan, a life measured in generations, in the rise and fall of many seasons, in the slow accumulation of experience and memory. These long lives mean that dolphins experience much of what we experience. They know loss and change. They watch their calves grow and have calves of their own. They form friendships that last for decades. They carry memories of their waters, their companions, their journeys through the years. There is something profound in knowing this. These creatures, so different from us in many ways, share with us the gift and the weight of a long life. They are not fleeting visitors to this world. They are fellow travelers on the long road of existence. You have already traveled so far, through so many seasons of your life, and there are more ahead, more experiences, more moments of beauty, more chances to rest exactly as you are resting now. Tonight, you are exactly where you need to be on that journey. You are caring for yourself. You are honoring your body and your mind. And that is something to be proud of. You are doing so very, very well. As we reach the end of this 6th chapter, let us softly gather the things we have learned. Mother dolphins and their calves share a profound bond, using their signature whistles to find each other amid the activity of the pod. Male dolphins and some species form long-term alliances, working together to court females and support one another through life. Allomothering allows non-mother dolphins to help care for calves, creating a community of caregivers. Dolphin gestation lasts 10 to 18 months, and calves are born tail first to prevent drowning. Mothers often push their newborns to the surface for that crucial first breath. Young calves swim in the echelon position, tucked against their mothers for protection and easy nursing. Mothers consciously eject milk to prevent waste in the open water, and many species time their births to seasons of abundant prey. The bottlenose dolphin, perhaps the most familiar species, is a streamlined, gray creature with a face that seems to smile. The orca, the largest member of the dolphin family, can reach lengths of 9 meters or more, and dolphins live long lives, bottlenose dolphins may reach 40 to 60 years, while some female orcas exceed 80 or even 100 years. These are the rhythms of dolphin family life, the bonds that stretch across generations, the long, slow passage of time in the world beneath the waves. Let these thoughts settle gently in your mind, like the quiet presence of a calf resting beside its mother. Rest now, breathe slowly, and when you are ready, we will continue our journey together, drifting peacefully onward into the world of dolphins. How peaceful you must feel by now, having drifted through so many gentle facts about these remarkable creatures. Perhaps your thoughts have grown soft and dreamy. Perhaps you are hovering somewhere in that lovely space between waking and sleeping, where everything feels quiet and warm. Wherever you are, I am glad you are still here with me. We have learned so much about dolphins, their bodies, their senses, their families, their voices. And now we come to something truly extraordinary: the dolphin mind. For dolphins are not just graceful swimmers and devoted parents. They are also among the most intelligent creatures on our planet. In this chapter, we will explore the wonders of dolphin cognition. We will discover what makes their brains so remarkable, and we will learn about the surprising things dolphins can do. Things that suggest a depth of awareness and understanding that is both humbling and awe-inspiring. So let your body rest completely now. Let your mind grow still and receptive. And let us journey together into the quiet brilliance of the dolphin mind. How do scientists know how long dolphins live? In the wild, researchers cannot simply ask a dolphin its age. Instead, they have developed clever methods to determine how many years a dolphin has been swimming through the sea. One method involves counting growth layers in a dolphin's teeth. Just as a tree adds a new ring of growth each year, a dolphin's teeth develop layers in the pulp, the soft tissue inside the tooth. By examining these layers under a microscope, scientists can count the years of a dolphin's life. A similar technique uses the lenses of a dolphin's eyes. These lenses also accumulate layers over time, providing another record of the dolphin's age. Using these methods, scientists have discovered that some dolphins live remarkably long lives. Some individuals have been found to be 70 years old or more. 7 decades of swimming, breathing, hunting, and living in the ocean. That is a lifespan that rivals our own, a long journey through the currents of time. There is something comforting in knowing that dolphins experience long lives, full of seasons and changes, full of memories and relationships. Like us, they are creatures of time, moving slowly through the years, accumulating the richness of lived experience. One of the most striking things about dolphins is the size of their brains relative to their bodies. Scientists measure this using something called the encephalization quotient, a comparison of brain size to body size that helps account for the fact that larger animals naturally have larger brains. By this measure, bottlenose dolphins rank remarkably high. Their encephalization quotient is often placed just below that of humans and higher than most other large mammals. This means that, for their body size, dolphins have unusually large and complex brains. A large brain does not automatically mean greater intelligence, of course, but it does suggest the capacity for complex thought, sophisticated social behavior, and advanced problem solving. The dolphin brain is not just large, it is intricately structured, capable of processing vast amounts of information about the dolphin's environment and social world. When you watch a dolphin swim, you are watching a creature whose mind is working constantly, perceiving, interpreting, remembering, deciding. Behind those gentle eyes lies a brain of remarkable power and sophistication. And behind your own eyes lies a remarkable brain as well. Right now, it is doing something beautiful. It is letting go. It is allowing itself to rest, to slow down, to release the busy thoughts of the day. Your brain works so hard for you, and tonight you are giving it the gift of peace. That is such a kind and wise thing to do. You are doing so wonderfully well. If you could look at a dolphin's brain, one of the first things you might notice is how wrinkled it appears. The surface of the brain, the cerebral cortex, is covered in folds and ridges, creating a complex, almost labyrinthine pattern. Scientists call this high degree of folding gyrification. The more folded the cortex, the more surface area it contains. And more surface area means more room for the neurons, the brain cells, that perform the work of thinking, sensing, and processing information. Dolphin brains show very strong gyrification, with deep folds and intricate patterns. This is associated with advanced information processing, the ability to handle complex tasks, to integrate information from multiple senses, to navigate the challenges of a dynamic and unpredictable environment. In the human brain, high gyrification is linked to our sophisticated cognitive abilities. In dolphins, it suggests something similar, a mind capable of more than simple instinct, a mind that can learn, adapt, and understand the world in nuanced ways. The dolphin brain, folded and intricate, is a quiet wonder, a biological masterpiece hidden beneath the smooth surface of that streamlined head. Deep within the dolphin brain, scientists have discovered something even more remarkable. Specialized cells called spindle neurons, also known as von Economo-neurons. These neurons are large, elongated brain cells that are relatively rare in the animal kingdom. In humans, spindle neurons are found in regions of the brain associated with complex social emotions, empathy, intuition, and rapid decision-making. They seem to help us navigate the complicated landscape of social relationships, allowing us to understand and respond to the feelings of others. For a long time, spindle neurons were thought to be unique to humans and great apes. But then researchers discovered them in dolphins as well. Several dolphin species have been found to possess these specialized cells. The presence of spindle neurons in dolphins suggests that they may experience something like the rich social emotions we feel, the bonds of friendship, the grief of loss, the joy of connection. It hints at an inner life that is more complex and more familiar than we might have imagined. Of course, we cannot know for certain what a dolphin feels, but the structure of their brains suggests that there is more going on behind those eyes than simple instinct. There may be depths of experience that we are only beginning to understand. Take a moment now to appreciate the quiet wonder of your own mind, the emotions you feel, the connections you cherish, the rich inner life that makes you who you are. You are a remarkable being, capable of deep feeling and profound thought. And right now, in this moment of rest, you are honoring that remarkable self. You are caring for your mind and your heart. And that is a beautiful thing. You are doing so very, very well. One of the classic tests for self-awareness is the mirror test. In this experiment, an animal is marked with a spot of dye or paint in a place it cannot see directly, on its forehead, for example. The animal is then given access to a mirror. If the animal uses the mirror to investigate the mark on its own body, it suggests that the animal recognizes the reflection as itself. Dolphins pass this test. When marked with a spot and shown a mirror, dolphins will orient their bodies to get a better view of the mark. They seem to understand that the reflection in the mirror is not another dolphin, but themselves. This is a significant finding. The mirror test has been passed by only a small number of species. Great apes like chimpanzees and orangutans, elephants, and certain birds like magpies. The fact that dolphins also pass suggests a level of self-awareness that is rare in the animal kingdom. Self-awareness implies that dolphins have some sense of themselves as individuals, distinct from others. They recognize their own bodies, their own reflections. They know in some way that they exist. It is a profound thought. The dolphin, swimming through the sea, carries within it a sense of I, a sense of being someone, of existing as a particular individual in a vast and complex world. The intelligence of dolphins extends to their ability to understand symbols and even simple forms of language. In carefully designed experiments, researchers have taught dolphins to associate arbitrary sounds or gestures with specific objects and actions. For example, a dolphin might learn that a particular hand signal means ball and another means fetch. When the trainer makes the signals in sequence, the dolphin understands that it should fetch the ball. This is impressive enough on its own. But even more remarkable is that dolphins can respond correctly to changes in word order. In human language, the order of words matters. The dog chased the cat means something different from the cat chased the dog. Dolphins have shown that they understand this concept. When the order of the signals changes, they adjust their behavior accordingly. This suggests that dolphins can grasp simple syntax, the rules that govern how symbols are combined to create meaning. It is a fundamental building block of language, and the fact that dolphins can understand it speaks to the depth and flexibility of their cognitive abilities. Language, in some form, is within the reach of the dolphin mind. Dolphins are not only good at understanding symbols, they are also skilled imitators. Studies have documented dolphins copying both familiar and novel actions when given a cue to do so. In these experiments, a dolphin might watch a trainer perform a particular movement, a spin, a jump, a specific pattern of swimming. When given a signal meaning "do this," the dolphin will reproduce the action, often with impressive accuracy. This works even with novel actions the dolphin has never seen before. This flexible imitation ability is significant. It requires the dolphin to observe what another individual is doing, translate that observation into an understanding of the movements involved, and then reproduce those movements with its own body. It is a cognitively demanding task, one that requires both perception and motor control. Dolphins can also imitate sounds. Some dolphins have been observed mimicking the calls of other dolphins, the sounds of boat engines, and even human speech patterns, though, of course, without understanding the meaning. Imitation is a powerful tool for learning. It allows knowledge and skills to spread from one individual to another. And in dolphins, this ability is well developed, opening the door to something we will explore next: cultural learning. In some dolphin populations, specific behaviors or hunting techniques have been observed spreading through the group, not through genetic inheritance, but through social learning. This is what scientists call cultural learning, the transmission of knowledge and practices from one generation to the next through observation and imitation. One famous example involves dolphins in Shark Bay, Australia, who use marine sponges as tools. These dolphins carry sponges on their snouts while foraging along the seafloor, apparently using them to protect their sensitive rostrums from sharp rocks and stinging creatures. This behavior is not found in all dolphins, only in certain individuals within this population, and it is passed from mothers to calves through observation and practice. Other examples include specific hunting techniques, particular routes through a territory, and distinctive ways of communicating. These behaviors are learned, not innate. They are traditions, in a sense, practices that define a community and are handed down through time. The existence of culture in dolphins challenges our assumptions about what sets humans apart. We are not the only species that learns from one another, that builds on the knowledge of the past, that creates traditions and passes them to the future. Dolphins, in their own way, are cultural beings too, and you are part of a culture as well. The language you speak, the traditions you cherish, the knowledge you carry. All of these have been passed to you from those who came before. You are a link in a long chain, carrying forward the wisdom and experience of generations. That is something precious. And tonight, as you rest, you are also caring for yourself, adding to the richness of your own life. You are doing so wonderfully, wonderfully well. Supporting all of these remarkable abilities is an impressive capacity for memory. Research has shown that dolphins can remember sounds, locations, and learn tasks with high accuracy over long periods of time. In one famous study, dolphins were able to remember the signature whistles of former tank mates even after being separated for 20 years or more. 20 years, and still the memory remained. The dolphin heard the whistle and recognized it, responding as if to an old friend. This long-term memory is essential for the complex social and cognitive lives that dolphins lead. They must remember the identities of dozens or even hundreds of other dolphins. They must remember the locations of feeding grounds, safe resting areas, and migration routes. They must remember the lessons they have learned, the skills they have developed, the relationships they have formed. Memory is the thread that ties a life together, and dolphins possess it in abundance. Their minds hold the accumulated experiences of years, the echoes of voices heard long ago, the knowledge of a lifetime spent in the sea. Finally, let us consider one of the most delightful aspects of dolphin behavior: play. Dolphins are playful creatures. They frequently engage in activities that seem to have no purpose other than enjoyment. They carry objects around: sponges, pieces of seaweed, bubbles they have blown themselves, and sometimes even trash that drifts through their waters. These objects become toys, things to toss, chase, and manipulate. Bubble play is especially charming. Dolphins can blow rings of air from their blowholes, creating silvery bubbles that rise slowly through the water. They chase these bubbles, nudge them, and sometimes swim through them. It appears to be pure fun, a game with no goal other than the pleasure of playing. Scientists believe that play may serve several functions. It may help dolphins practice skills they will need later, like hunting or maneuvering. It may relieve stress, providing a mental break from the challenges of survival. Or it may simply be enjoyable, a way for dolphins to experience something like happiness. Whatever the reason, watching dolphins play is a reminder that life is not only about survival. There is room for joy, for fun, for the simple pleasure of doing something because it feels good. Dolphins seem to understand this, and perhaps we can learn from their example. And play is something you deserve too. Joy is something you deserve. Rest is something you deserve. Tonight, you are giving yourself the gift of peace, and that is a form of self-care as important as any other. Let yourself feel the quiet happiness of this moment. Let yourself appreciate how far you have come, simply by being here, by choosing to rest. You are wonderful, You are worthy of gentleness, and you are doing so very, very well. Scientists can determine a dolphin's age by counting growth layers in its teeth or eye lenses, revealing lifespans of up to 70 years. Dolphins have unusually large brains relative to their bodies, with encephalization quotients ranking just below humans. Their cerebral cortex is highly folded, providing increased surface area for advanced information processing. Some dolphin species possess spindle neurons, specialized brain cells associated in humans with complex social emotions and decision-making. Dolphins can recognize themselves in mirrors, indicating a level of self-awareness shared by only a few other species. They can learn symbolic languages, associating sounds or gestures with objects and actions, and they understand simple syntax, responding correctly to changes in word order. Dolphins are skilled imitators, copying both familiar and novel actions on cue. Cultural learning occurs in dolphin populations, with specific behaviors and hunting techniques passed down socially rather than genetically. Dolphins possess impressive long-term memory, remembering sounds, locations, and companions over many years. And they engage in play, carrying objects, blowing bubbles, and enjoying activities that seem to exist simply for the pleasure of it. These are the wonders of the dolphin mind, a mind of intelligence, awareness, and joy. Let these thoughts settle gently in your mind, like silvery bubbles drifting slowly upward through quiet water. Rest now, breathe slowly, and when you are ready, we will continue our journey together, floating peacefully onward into the world of dolphins. The night has grown deeper, and perhaps you have grown softer with it. Perhaps your body feels wonderfully heavy now, sinking into the comfort beneath you. Perhaps your thoughts have become quiet and slow, like gentle ripples spreading across still water. However you feel, it is exactly right. There is no wrong way to rest. We have traveled so far together through the world of dolphins. We have explored their bodies and their minds, their families and their voices, their remarkable intelligence and their playful spirits. And now, in this chapter, we will discover even more wonders. How dolphins sleep, how they leap, how they journey through the vast ocean, and how they share their world with other creatures. These are gentle facts for a gentle hour. Let them wash over you like warm waves on a quiet shore. There is nothing you need to remember, nothing you need to do. Just be here, breathing softly, listening softly, drifting toward the peaceful rest you deserve. We touched briefly on this earlier, but it deserves a closer look, for it is one of the most remarkable examples of tool use in the animal kingdom. In Shark Bay, Australia, certain dolphins have developed a unique foraging technique. They carry marine sponges on their rostrums, their long, sensitive snouts, while searching for food along the seafloor. The seafloor in these waters can be rough and unforgiving, Sharp rocks, broken shells, and stinging creatures hide among the sand and sediment. For a dolphin probing the bottom in search of hidden fish, these hazards could cause injury or discomfort, but the sponges provide protection. By wearing a sponge on its rostrum like a glove, the dolphin can push through the sediment without scraping its sensitive skin. The sponge absorbs the bumps and scratches, allowing the dolphin to forage safely and effectively. This behavior is not instinctive. It is learned, passed from mothers to calves through observation and practice. Not all dolphins in Shark Bay use sponges. It is a tradition found only in certain family lines, a cultural practice that has developed and persisted over generations. It is a beautiful example of dolphin ingenuity. These creatures look at their environment, find a problem, and create a solution using the materials available to them. They are inventors in their own quiet way, problem solvers swimming through the sea. And now, let us consider something that might seem impossible. How do dolphins sleep? We learned earlier that dolphins are voluntary breathers. They must consciously decide to take each breath. This means they cannot fall into the deep, unconscious sleep that humans experience. If they did, they would simply forget to breathe and drown. So dolphins have evolved a remarkable solution. They can let one half of their brain sleep at a time. This is called unihemispheric sleep. While one hemisphere of the brain rests, the other remains awake, keeping the dolphin conscious enough to surface and breathe. During unihemispheric sleep, the dolphin enters a state of partial rest. It may swim slowly, rising to the surface regularly to take breaths. One half of its brain experiences the restorative slow-wave sleep that all mammals need, while the other half stays alert, monitoring the environment for danger. Then, after a period of time, the hemispheres switch. The resting side wakes up, and the previously awake side gets its turn to sleep. In this way, over the course of several hours, the entire brain receives the rest it needs. It is an elegant solution to an impossible problem, a way to sleep without ever fully losing awareness, to rest while still breathing, to find peace in a world that demands constant vigilance. And you are doing something the dolphins cannot do. You are allowing your entire mind to rest at once. You are surrendering fully to sleep, trusting your body to breathe for you, trusting the night to hold you safely. What a luxury that is. What a gift. Let yourself receive it fully. You are exactly where you need to be, and you are doing so wonderfully, wonderfully well. During unihemispheric sleep, something fascinating happens with the dolphin's eyes. Often, one eye stays open while the other closes. The open eye is typically the one connected to the awake half of the brain. It continues to watch the surroundings, scanning for predators, obstacles, or other dangers. The closed eye rests along with the sleeping hemisphere. This means that even while sleeping, the dolphin maintains some visual awareness of its environment. It is never completely blind to the world around it. There is always one eye watching, one half of the brain processing what it sees. For a creature that lives in the open ocean, where predators can approach from any direction, this partial vigilance is essential. Sharks and other threats do not sleep the way dolphins do. They are always hunting, always searching. A dolphin that fell into deep, unconscious sleep would be terribly vulnerable. But with one eye open and one hemisphere awake, the dolphin can rest without becoming prey, can sleep and still survive. It is another beautiful adaptation to the demands of life in the sea. If you have ever watched dolphins in the wild, or even in films and photographs, you have probably seen them leap from the water. These leaps can be spectacular, carrying the dolphin several meters into the air before it splashes back into the sea. Why do dolphins leap? Scientists believe there are several possible reasons. Leaping may be a form of communication. A dolphin bursting from the water is highly visible, and the splash it makes is loud. Other dolphins can see and hear the leap from a great distance. It may be a way of signaling location, excitement, or some other message to companions. Leaping may also help dolphins dislodge parasites. The impact of hitting the water after a high jump could shake loose unwanted passengers clinging to the dolphin's skin. And leaping may simply provide a better view. By rising above the surface, a dolphin can see farther than it can from the water. It might spot a school of fish, a distant group of dolphins, or the approach of a boat. Whatever the reason, there is something joyful about watching a dolphin leap. The arc of the body through the air, the spray of water droplets, the graceful return to the sea. It looks like celebration, like exuberance, like the pure pleasure of being alive. Life in the ocean comes with certain challenges, and one of them is parasites. Dolphins, like many marine creatures, can host a variety of unwanted passengers, both internally and externally. Internal parasites, such as certain worms, live inside the dolphin's body. These are harder to dislodge and are simply part of the complex ecosystem that every living creature carries within. But external parasites are a different matter. Barnacles, small crustaceans, and other organisms may try to attach themselves to a dolphin's skin. These passengers create drag, slow the dolphin down, and can cause irritation or discomfort. To deal with these external hitchhikers, dolphins use their speed and agility. Fast swimming and frequent leaps can shake loose parasites that have not yet firmly attached. The impact of hitting the water, the rush of water over the skin during high-speed swimming, these physical forces help keep the dolphin's body clean. It is a form of self-care built right into the dolphin's daily activities. Every leap, every burst of speed serves multiple purposes: communication, hunting, play, and the maintenance of a healthy, streamlined body. Not all the creatures that attach themselves to dolphins are unwelcome. In the Caribbean and other warm waters, dolphins are often seen swimming with remeras. Remeras are fish with a specialized sucker on their heads that allows them to attach to larger animals. They are sometimes called suckerfish or shark suckers, though they attach to many species, not just sharks. When a remora attaches to a dolphin, both creatures may benefit from the relationship. The remora gains protection and transportation. Traveling with a powerful, fast-moving host keeps it safe from predators and allows it to cover large distances with little effort. It also gains access to food, feeding on parasites, dead skin, and scraps from the dolphin's meals. The dolphin, in turn, receives a cleaning service. The remora picks off parasites and other debris from the dolphin's skin, helping to keep it healthy and streamlined. This is a form of mutualism, a relationship in which both parties benefit. The dolphin and the remora swim together through the blue, each giving something to the other, each receiving something in return. It is a small partnership in the vast ocean, a quiet cooperation between two very different creatures. There is something lovely about this image. Two creatures, so different in size and shape, traveling together through the sea, each helping the other in its own way. And you, dear listener, are part of many such relationships too. You give to others and you receive from them. You are connected to the world around you in countless small ways. Tonight, as you rest, you are receiving the care of this quiet moment. Let yourself accept it fully. You deserve this peace. You are doing so beautifully, beautifully well. Dolphins are curious, social creatures, and their interactions are not limited to their own kind. Wild dolphins have been observed playing and swimming with a variety of other species, sometimes in ways that seem purely playful. One of the most charming examples is bow wave riding. When a large whale swims through the water, it creates waves that push out from its body. Dolphins have been seen riding these waves, positioning themselves in the pressure zone created by the whale's movement and surfing along with minimal effort. It is not clear whether the whales enjoy this attention or merely tolerate it, but the dolphins seem to find it great fun. They glide alongside these gentle giants, carried by waves they did not create, traveling through the sea in the company of creatures many times their size. Dolphins have also been observed swimming alongside sea turtles, manta rays, and other marine animals without any obvious aggression or predatory intent. Sometimes, these encounters seem to be nothing more than curiosity, a chance to explore another creature, to share the same space for a while, to experience the world together. It is a reminder that the ocean is a shared space, home to countless species that move through the same waters, encounter one another, and sometimes simply swim together for a while. Perhaps the most remarkable interspecies relationship involving dolphins is the one they sometimes form with humans. In several regions around the world, wild dolphins have been observed cooperating with human fishers. In these remarkable partnerships, the dolphins herd schools of fish toward the fishers' nets. The fishers wait, watching for signals from the dolphins, and then cast their nets at just the right moment. Both parties benefit from this cooperation. The dolphins gain easier feeding opportunities. When the fish are concentrated and confused by the nets, they become easier to catch. The fishers, in turn, catch more fish than they would without the dolphins' help. This behavior has been documented in Brazil, Myanmar, and other locations. In some communities, the partnership has continued for generations, passed down from older fishers to younger ones, and perhaps from older dolphins to their calves. It is a remarkable example of two very different species working together, communicating across the boundary that separates their worlds, and creating something mutually beneficial. The dolphins understand what the humans are doing, and the humans understand what the dolphins are signaling. Together, they achieve what neither could accomplish alone. There is something deeply hopeful in this image. Dolphins and humans working side by side, sharing the bounty of the sea. It suggests that connection and cooperation are possible, even between creatures as different as we are. And you, dear listener, are part of this beautiful world of connection. You are linked to others in ways you may not even fully realize. Tonight, let yourself feel held by those connections. Let yourself feel the warmth of belonging. You are not alone in this world. You are held by countless gentle bonds, and you are doing so wonderfully, wonderfully well. Dolphins are exquisitely attuned to their environment. Among their many sensory abilities is the capacity to detect changes in ocean salinity and temperature. Salinity refers to the amount of salt dissolved in the water. Different parts of the ocean have different salinity levels. Coastal waters where rivers meet the sea may be less salty than the open ocean, for example. Temperature, of course, varies with depth, latitude, and season. Dolphins possess specialized receptors that can sense these environmental conditions. By detecting subtle changes in salinity and temperature, dolphins can orient themselves within the vast ocean. They can tell when they are moving from one type of water into another, when they are approaching a coastline, or when they are entering currents that will carry them toward food or favorable conditions. This sensory ability is particularly useful during migrations. Dolphins traveling long distances must navigate through waters that change constantly. Their ability to read the ocean's conditions helps guide them on their journeys, steering them toward the places they need to go. It is yet another example of how perfectly adapted dolphins are to their watery world. Every sense is tuned to the ocean, every ability shaped by millions of years of evolution, all working together to help the dolphin thrive. And speaking of journeys, let us consider the migrations that some dolphins undertake. While not all dolphins migrate, some species travel hundreds of miles each year, moving between different habitats as the seasons change. These migrations are often driven by the availability of food or by the need for suitable breeding grounds. In temperate waters, for example, some dolphins spend the warmer months in coastal areas, where food is abundant and conditions are favorable for raising calves. As winter approaches and prey becomes scarcer, these dolphins move offshore, traveling to deeper waters where food can still be found. These journeys are not random. Dolphins follow routes that have been learned and refined over generations, passed down through cultural transmission from older dolphins to younger ones. They know where to go, when to go, and how to get there. Migration is a profound commitment, a journey of hundreds of miles through an environment that offers no landmarks, no signposts, no maps. And yet dolphins navigate these journeys successfully, year after year, guided by their remarkable senses and their accumulated knowledge. There is something poetic about migration, the endless movement through the blue, the rhythm of departure and return, the trust in one's own body and one's own knowledge to find the way. Dolphins are travelers, and the ocean is their road. As we reach the end of this 8th chapter, let us softly gather the things we have learned. In Shark Bay, Australia, certain dolphins use marine sponges as tools, protecting their sensitive rostrums while foraging along the seafloor. Dolphins sleep through unihemispheric rest, allowing one half of the brain to sleep while the other stays awake, surfacing to breathe and watching with one open eye. Dolphins leap from the water for many reasons: to communicate, to dislodge parasites, or simply to see farther across the waves. Their speed and agility help them shake off external parasites, and in some waters, they form mutualistic relationships with remeras, fish that clean their skin in exchange for protection and transport. Dolphins interact playfully with other species, riding the bow waves of whales and swimming alongside sea turtles. In remarkable examples of cooperation, wild dolphins in some regions work with human fishers, herding fish toward nets in a partnership that benefits both. Dolphins can detect changes in ocean salinity and temperature, helping them navigate their watery world. And some species migrate seasonally, traveling hundreds of miles between coastal breeding grounds and offshore feeding areas. These are the journeys of the dolphin life, journeys of sleep and waking, of leaping and swimming, of cooperation and migration through the endless blue. Let these thoughts settle gently in your mind, like a dolphin sinking slowly into quiet rest. Breathe softly, be at peace, and when you are ready, we will continue our journey together, drifting gently onward into the world of dolphins. We have journeyed so far together through the peaceful world of dolphins. Hour after hour, fact after fact, we have drifted through the blue, learning about these remarkable creatures who share our planet. And still, there is more to discover. Still, there are wonders waiting for us in the quiet depths. How are you feeling now? Perhaps you are deeply relaxed, your body heavy and warm, your thoughts moving like slow currents through still water. Perhaps you have drifted in and out of sleep, catching fragments of these gentle words like dreams half remembered. Wherever you are, however you feel, it is exactly right. You are exactly where you need to be. In this chapter, we will learn about the surprising ways dolphins use their bodies, the clever strategies they employ to protect themselves and their young, and the challenges they face in a changing world. Some of what we learn will be joyful, some will be more sobering, but through it all, we will hold onto the gentleness of this moment, the peace of this quiet hour. Take a slow, soft breath. Let your body settle even deeper. Here is something charming and surprising. Dolphins may have a preferred side, just as humans are often right-handed or left-handed. Scientists have observed that certain dolphin populations show what might be called flipperedness, a tendency to turn more often to one side than the other. This is particularly noticeable when dolphins are foraging along the seafloor, probing the sand and sediment in search of hidden prey. Just as you might favor your right hand for writing or your left hand for catching a ball, dolphins seem to favor one direction of turning. Some individuals consistently turn to the right, others favor the left. This preference may be related to the organization of their brains, to learned habits, or to the specific demands of their environment. It is a small detail, but it makes dolphins feel somehow more relatable. They have preferences, they have habits, they have their own individual ways of moving through the world. In this small way, they are a little bit like us, creatures of habit, creatures of preference, each one unique. If you could look inside a dolphin's pectoral flipper, those graceful fins on either side of the body, you would find something remarkable. Hidden beneath the smooth skin and blubber are bones that look surprisingly familiar. They are arranged like fingers. These finger-like bones are a legacy of the dolphin's land-dwelling ancestors. Millions of years ago, when the ancestors of dolphins walked on four legs, they had feet with toes. As those ancestors returned to the sea and evolved into the dolphins we know today, those feet became flippers, but the underlying bone structure remained. Today, these hidden fingers give the flippers remarkable dexterity. Dolphins use their flippers for precise maneuvering, adjusting their position in the water with subtle movements. They use them for touching during social bonding, pressing their flippers against companions in gestures of affection and connection. Scientists have even observed what might be called handshakes. Dolphins meeting and touching their flippers together in what appears to be a form of social greeting. It is as if they are reaching out to one another, making contact, saying hello. There is something touching about this image. Beneath the sleek exterior of the flipper, a hand. And with that hand, gestures of friendship and belonging. We have learned about many clever hunting strategies dolphins employ, but here is one more that is particularly inventive. Some dolphins, often those associated with humpback whale populations, have been observed creating vertical curtains of bubbles to trap fish. The dolphins dive beneath a school of fish and release streams of air from their blowholes. These bubbles rise through the water, forming a shimmering, shifting wall. Fish are reluctant to swim through the bubble curtain. Perhaps the bubbles disorient them, or perhaps they seem like a solid barrier. Whatever the reason, the fish become trapped against a reef or rock formation, corralled by the rising bubbles. Once the fish are contained, the dolphins dart through the school from multiple angles, grabbing mouthfuls of prey with each pass. They work together, taking turns, each dolphin getting its share while the bubble curtain holds the fish in place. It is a strategy that requires coordination, timing, and an understanding of how fish behave. The dolphins have learned to use air itself as a tool, shaping it into a barrier, using their own breath to create an advantage. It is yet another example of the remarkable problem-solving abilities these creatures possess. Among the most acrobatic dolphins in the world are the spinner dolphins, and they have earned their name through one of the most spectacular behaviors in the ocean. When spinner dolphins leap from the water, they do not simply jump. They spin. Their sleek bodies rotate rapidly around their longitudinal axis, the imaginary line running from nose to tail, twisting through the air in a dazzling display. Some individuals have been observed completing up to 7 full rotations in a single leap. Why do they spin? Scientists have proposed several theories. The spinning motion may help the dolphins confuse schooling fish during hunts, disorienting their prey and making them easier to catch. The spins may also help dislodge parasites, or they may serve as a form of communication, signaling to other dolphins across the water. Or perhaps, and this is a lovely thought, the spinning is simply fun. Dolphins are playful creatures, and the sheer exuberance of a spinning leap seems to express something like joy. Whatever the reason, watching a spinner dolphin twist through the air is one of the great spectacles of the natural world. The spray of water, the blur of motion, the graceful arc before the splash. It is a celebration of movement, of life, of the pure pleasure of being a dolphin. And you deserve moments of joy and celebration too. You deserve to feel light and free, to experience the simple pleasures of being alive. Tonight, you are giving yourself the gift of rest, and that is something to celebrate. Let yourself feel the quiet joy of this moment. Let yourself appreciate how far you have come, simply by being here. You are wonderful. You are at peace. and you are doing so beautifully, beautifully well. In the natural world, boundaries between species are usually firm. Animals typically breed only with others of their own kind, but occasionally exceptions occur. Hybrid dolphins, the offspring of parents from two different dolphin species, have been documented in the wild. These hybrids often display intermediate traits, blending characteristics of both parent species. They may have markings, body shapes, or behaviors that fall somewhere between those of their mother species and their fathers. Interestingly, some hybrid dolphins appear to show greater resistance to certain diseases. This phenomenon, known as hybrid vigor, occurs in many species and may give hybrids an advantage in some environments. Hybridization is relatively rare, but it reminds us that the boundaries we draw around species are not always as sharp as they seem. Life is fluid and adaptable, constantly experimenting, constantly finding new ways to survive and thrive. The hybrid dolphins are living evidence of this flexibility. Creatures who carry within them the blended heritage of two different kinds, swimming through the sea as something entirely their own. The length of time a dolphin calf develops inside its mother varies depending on the species. Smaller, more coastal dolphin species, sometimes called commensal dolphins because of their close association with human coastlines, tend to have shorter gestation periods, around 10 months. But larger species require more time. Orcas, the largest members of the dolphin family, carry their calves for 15 to 18 months. This extended gestation allows the calf's brain to develop extensively before birth, giving it the neural foundations it will need for the complex social and cognitive life ahead. The brain of an orca calf is already remarkably developed when it is born. It must be, because orca calves enter a world that demands intelligence, learning, and social awareness from the very beginning. They are born into tight-knit family groups where culture, communication, and cooperation are essential for survival. This variation in gestation periods reflects the diversity of the dolphin family. From the smallest coastal dolphins to the mighty orca, each species has evolved reproductive strategies suited to its particular way of life. The investment of time in the womb prepares each calf for the world it will enter. Take a moment now to feel the weight of your own body, resting so peacefully. Feel how your muscles have softened, how your breath has slowed, how your whole being has settled into this quiet moment. You are taking care of yourself tonight, and that is a profound thing. Just as a mother dolphin nurtures her calf, you are nurturing yourself, giving yourself the rest and peace you need to thrive. That is beautiful. That is wise. And you are doing so wonderfully, wonderfully well. The birth of a dolphin calf is a vulnerable moment. The newborn must rise quickly to the surface for its first breath, and in those early moments, it is not yet strong or coordinated. Predators, particularly sharks, are always a potential threat. Dolphins have evolved social protection strategies to keep birthing mothers and their newborns safe. When a mother is giving birth, other members of the pod often gather around her, forming a protective circle. These guardians position themselves between the mother and any potential threats, using their bodies as a living shield. This protective formation serves multiple purposes. It conceals the birth from predators who might be attracted by the scent of blood or the vulnerability of the moment. It provides immediate defenders who can chase off or distract any shark that approaches. And it offers support to the mother, surrounding her with the presence of her community during one of the most significant moments of her life. There is something deeply moving about this image. The pod, gathered in a circle, the mother, laboring to bring new life into the world, and around her, the steady, protective presence of those who care for her. It is a reminder that dolphins are not solitary creatures facing the ocean alone. They are members of communities, bound together by bonds of care and mutual protection. Dolphins face predators in the wild, most notably sharks and, in some cases, orcas. Though orcas themselves are dolphins, they do prey on smaller dolphin species. These threats are real and ever-present in the ocean. But dolphins are not defenseless. They have evolved strategies to counter these dangers, and their greatest strength lies in their numbers and their coordination. When a predator approaches, dolphins often respond by mobbing the threat. The pod gathers together, presenting a united front. They may swim rapidly around the predator, confusing it, making it difficult to single out a target. In some cases, dolphins have been observed ramming sharks with their hard, bony snouts, a blow that can injure or deter the attacker. Speed and agility are also crucial defenses. Dolphins are faster and more maneuverable than most sharks. By staying together, staying alert, and staying in motion, a pod can often evade or discourage a predator without any of its members being harmed. There is courage in these responses. Dolphins do not simply flee. They stand together, protect one another, and face the threat as a group. It is a powerful example of how community and cooperation can provide safety in a dangerous world. While dolphins have adapted to face natural predators, they now confront threats that their evolution could never have prepared them for. These are the threats that come from human activity. Boat strikes are one such danger. Dolphins, curious and unafraid, sometimes swim too close to vessels. A collision with a boat's hull or propeller can cause serious injury or death. In busy waterways where boats are constant, the risk is significant. Pollution poses another threat. Chemicals and plastics find their way into the ocean, contaminating the water and the fish that dolphins eat. These toxins accumulate in dolphin bodies, causing illness, weakening immune systems, and reducing reproductive success. And then there is bycatch, the accidental capture of dolphins in fishing nets meant for other species. Dolphins, caught in nets, cannot surface to breathe. Without intervention, they drown. These human-caused threats have reduced average lifespans in some wild dolphin populations compared to those in protected areas. The dolphins that swim in busy, polluted waters face challenges that previous generations never knew. The cumulative impact of these threats has placed many dolphin species in danger. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, over 1/3 of dolphin species are now classified as threatened or endangered. The causes are varied but interconnected. Habitat loss occurs as coastal development destroys the shallow waters where some dolphins live and breed. Chemical pollution contaminates the food chain, accumulating in the bodies of top predators like dolphins. And noise pollution, from ships, sonar, and industrial activity, interferes with the echolocation and communication that dolphins depend on for survival. For creatures that navigate and communicate through sound, a noisy ocean is a confusing and dangerous place. Dolphins may struggle to find food, locate companions, or detect threats when their acoustic world is flooded with human-made noise. These challenges are serious, but they are not without hope. Conservation efforts around the world are working to protect dolphin habitats, reduce pollution, and create safer shipping lanes. Marine protected areas give dolphins refuge from the busiest and most dangerous waters. And growing awareness of these issues is leading to changes in how humans interact with the ocean. The dolphins need us to care, and increasingly we do. As we reach the end of this 9th chapter, let us softly gather the things we have learned. Dolphins show flipperdness, favoring one side when foraging, much as humans favor one hand. Their pectoral flippers contain finger-like bones inherited from their land-dwelling ancestors, enabling precise movement, social touching, and even flipper-to-flipper greetings. Some dolphins create vertical bubble curtains to trap fish, while spinner dolphins perform spectacular spinning leaps that may confuse prey or simply express the joy of movement. Hybrid dolphins, born from parents of different species, sometimes display greater disease resistance. Gestation periods vary across species, around 10 months for smaller dolphins and up to 18 months for orcas, whose calves need extensive brain development before birth. When mothers give birth, pod members form protective circles to shield the vulnerable newborns from sharks. Dolphins face predators like sharks and orcas but defend themselves by mobbing threats, ramming attackers, and relying on speed and agility. Sadly, they also face human-caused dangers. Boat strikes, pollution, and bycatch in fishing nets. Over 1/3 of dolphin species are now threatened or endangered, their survival challenged by habitat loss, chemical pollution, and noise interference with their echolocation. These are the realities of dolphin life in a changing world, a world that needs our awareness and our care. Let these thoughts settle gently in your mind, like ripples slowly fading across quiet water. Rest now, breathe slowly, and when you are ready, we will continue our journey together, drifting peacefully onward into the final chapters of the world of dolphins. We have arrived at the final chapter of our journey together. Over these peaceful hours, we have traveled through the remarkable world of dolphins, learning about their bodies and their minds, their families and their voices, their intelligence and their playfulness, their challenges and their triumphs. And now, as we approach the end, let us settle into something softer still. The facts in this final chapter will carry us gently toward rest, like a slow current drifting toward a quiet shore. Some will teach us about the clever ways dolphins adapt to their changing world. Others will paint a picture of dolphins at peace, resting, breathing, drifting through the calm waters of evening and night. Let this final chapter be a lullaby. Let it carry you the last distance into sleep. You have been such a wonderful companion on this journey, and now it is time to rest. Take one more slow, deep breath. Let it out softly, and let us continue one last time into the peaceful world of dolphins. The ocean is becoming a noisier place. Ships cross the seas in ever greater numbers, their engines thrumming through the water, filling the acoustic world of dolphins with constant, rumbling sound. In busy shipping lanes, this noise can be overwhelming, drowning out the whistles and clicks that dolphins rely on to communicate and navigate. But dolphins are remarkably adaptable creatures. Scientists have discovered that in high-traffic areas, dolphins adjust their vocalizations to cut through the noise. They shift their signature whistles to higher frequencies, pitches that are less likely to be masked by the low rumble of ship engines. This is a form of behavioral plasticity, the ability to change behavior in response to changing conditions. The dolphins are not stuck with one way of communicating. They can adapt, modifying their calls to be heard even in the noisiest environments. It is a testament to the flexibility of the dolphin mind. When the world changes around them, they find new ways to cope. They raise their voices, in a sense, speaking in pitches that carry above the din. It is not a perfect solution. The noise is still disruptive, still exhausting, but it shows that dolphins are not passive victims of their circumstances. They are active problem solvers, doing what they can to stay connected. Life in the ocean means constant exposure to microorganisms. The water is full of bacteria, fungi, and other tiny creatures, some of which could cause infection if given the chance. For a dolphin, whose skin is always in contact with this microbe-rich environment, staying healthy requires more than just a strong immune system. Scientists have discovered that dolphins produce antimicrobial peptides in their skin secretions. These are small proteins that act as a first line of defense against infection, killing or inhibiting the growth of harmful bacteria and fungi before they can take hold. When a dolphin swims through the water, its skin is constantly being bathed in these protective substances. They form an invisible shield, a chemical barrier that helps keep the dolphin healthy despite the countless microorganisms swirling around it. It is yet another example of how exquisitely adapted dolphins are to their environment. Every part of their biology, even the secretions of their skin, has been shaped by evolution to meet the challenges of life in the sea. They carry their own medicine with them, produced by their own bodies, protecting them wherever they swim. The remarkable abilities of dolphins are written into their very genes. When scientists study the dolphin genome, the complete set of genetic instructions that make a dolphin what it is, they find evidence of evolution at work, shaping the dolphin body and mind over millions of years. Many of the genes that show signs of positive selection, meaning they have been favored by evolution, are linked to the nervous system. This makes sense for a creature with such high intelligence, such complex social behavior, such sophisticated communication. The dolphin brain is a masterpiece of biological engineering, and the genes that build and maintain it have been refined over countless generations. Other positively selected genes are related to metabolism, the chemical processes that convert food into energy. Dolphins live active lives, swimming constantly, hunting, playing, migrating. Their metabolisms must be finely tuned to support this demanding lifestyle. And still other genes are connected to lung and cardiovascular function, the systems that allow dolphins to breathe air, dive deep, and manage oxygen with such precision. Every aspect of the dolphin's active, aquatic lifestyle is reflected in its genetic code. When you look at a dolphin, you are looking at the product of millions of years of refinement. Every gene, every protein, every cell has been shaped by the long, patient work of evolution. The dolphin is a living testament to what time and natural selection can create. We touched on this earlier, but it bears repeating in a different way, for it reveals something beautiful about the dolphin mind. When dolphins find themselves in noisy environments, near busy ports, in shipping lanes around fishing boats, they adjust their behavior. They modify their whistles, changing the pitch, the duration, or the intensity of their calls to make themselves heard. It is a bit like what humans do in a loud room. When we cannot hear each other over the noise, we raise our voices. We speak more clearly, more slowly, more deliberately. We adapt to the conditions, finding ways to communicate despite the obstacles. Dolphins do the same. They are flexible communicators, able to adjust their signals to match the situation. This is not automatic or mechanical. It requires awareness of the environment and understanding that the usual way of calling is not working, and the ability to try something different. In this small way, dolphins remind us of ourselves. They face challenges and they adapt. They encounter obstacles and they find solutions. They are not passive inhabitants of their world. They are active participants, shaping their behavior to meet the demands of the moment. You too are an adapter. You face the challenges of your life and you find ways to cope. You adjust, you grow, you learn. Tonight, you are adapting to your body's need for rest, giving it the quiet and peace it deserves. That is a wise and beautiful thing. You are exactly where you need to be, and you are doing so wonderfully, wonderfully well. As daylight begins to fade and evening settles over the ocean, something interesting happens beneath the waves. Many small fish and other prey species begin to rise toward the surface. During the day, they stay in deeper, darker waters to avoid predators. But as the light dims, they ascend, drawn toward the fading glow above. Dolphins have learned to take advantage of this pattern. They often synchronize their evening hunts with the rising of their prey, timing their foraging to coincide with the moment when fish are most accessible. As the prey rises toward the surface light, the dolphins are waiting. In the low-light conditions of dusk, visibility is limited, but dolphins do not rely on sight alone. Their echolocation works just as well in dim light as in bright, and the clicking sounds they send out reveal the positions of rising fish with perfect clarity. This synchronization of hunting with the natural rhythms of the ocean is another example of dolphin intelligence. They have learned the patterns of their prey. They understand when and where the fish will be, and they use this knowledge to feed efficiently, expending less energy and catching more food. There is something peaceful about this image. The ocean growing dim, the fish rising slowly through the water, and the dolphins, clicking and listening, moving through the twilight to find their evening meal. Dolphins do not always swim at high speeds or engage in dramatic behaviors. Much of their lives is spent in gentler motion, cruising slowly through the water, conserving energy, simply being. When dolphins rest, they often continue to move. They swim slowly, just enough to maintain their position and rise for breaths. Their bodies drift calmly through the water, carried by gentle movements of their flukes, their muscles relaxed, their minds in that curious half-sleep we learned about earlier. This slow cruising is a form of rest. The dolphin is not hunting, not playing, not fleeing from danger. It is simply existing, moving through the blue at a peaceful pace, letting the water flow over its smooth skin. For a creature that must consciously breathe, rest must be woven into movement. There is no lying down, no complete stillness. Instead, there is this gentle gliding, this calm progression through the sea. It is rest in motion, peace in the midst of perpetual travel. You have found your own form of rest tonight. You may not be swimming through the ocean, but you are drifting just the same, drifting through the quiet currents of sleep, letting your body glide toward deep and peaceful rest. There is no effort required. Just let yourself be carried. Let yourself drift. You are safe. You are calm. And you are doing so beautifully, beautifully well. During quiet moments, when the pod is resting or simply traveling without urgency, the dolphins may spread out slightly. They do not always swim in tight formation. Sometimes they give each other space, allowing a little distance to open between individuals. But even when spread apart, the dolphins maintain contact. They do this through soft whistles, gentle calls that travel through the water, reaching the ears of their companions. These are not the loud, distinctive signature whistles used for identification. They are quieter, simpler sounds, like murmured words between friends. These soft whistles say, in effect, I am here, you are there, we are still together. They are the acoustic equivalent of a gentle touch, a reassurance of connection even across distance. In this way, a pod can rest while dispersed, each dolphin enjoying a bit of personal space, yet none of them truly alone. The soft whistles weave a web of sound through the water, linking the dolphins together, maintaining the bonds of the community even in the quiet hours. As daylight fades and the ocean grows dark, dolphins must adapt to a world without light. Their eyes, adapted for dim conditions, can still see something in the twilight hours. But as true darkness falls, even their low-light vision becomes insufficient. In the dark, dolphins rely more heavily than ever on sound. Their echolocation becomes their primary sense, clicking through the blackness, mapping the invisible world around them. And their whistles become even more important, maintaining the connections between pod members who can no longer see one another. This shift from sight to sound is gradual and natural. The dolphins do not struggle with it or fear it. They have lived this way for millions of years, and their senses are perfectly suited to the transition. As the last light fades, the world of sound opens up fully, rich and detailed and complete. In the darkness, dolphins hear what they cannot see. They listen to the echoes of their clicks, the whistles of their companions, the distant sounds of prey and predator. The night ocean is not silent. It is alive with sound, and dolphins are masters of this acoustic world. In calmer waters, when the ocean is still and the currents are gentle, dolphins move with quiet grace. They rise to the surface with barely a ripple, their blowholes breaking through into the air. A breath, the quick exhale of stale air, the soft inhale of fresh, and then they sink again, slipping back beneath the waves. This rhythm of surfacing and sinking is the heartbeat of dolphin life. It happens again and again, throughout the day and night, waking and sleeping, hunting and resting. Rise, breathe, sink, rise, breathe, sink. There is something deeply meditative about this rhythm. It is not rushed. It is not urgent. It is simply the way dolphins live, moment by moment, breath by breath. Each breath is its own small event, a brief contact with the air above before returning to the water below. In calm waters, this rhythm becomes especially peaceful. The surface barely stirs. The breath is quiet. The descent is gentle. The dolphin moves between two worlds, water and air, with the ease of long practice, the grace of perfect adaptation. And as the ocean settles into night, the dolphins continue their peaceful rhythm. The stars emerge above the waves. The water grows dark and still, and beneath the surface the dolphins swim on. They breathe, rising and sinking in their ancient pattern. They listen, sending out clicks that map the darkness around them. They whistle softly to their companions, maintaining the invisible bonds that hold the pod together. And they drift, moving slowly through the endless sea, carried by gentle currents and the quiet motion of their own bodies. This is the life of a dolphin at night. There is no urgency. There is no drama. There is only the rhythm of breath, the language of sound, and the vast, peaceful darkness of the ocean. The dolphins have been doing this for millions of years. Their ancestors swam through ancient seas, breathing and listening and drifting, just as dolphins do today. And somewhere out there, right now, as you lie here resting, dolphins are swimming through the night, peaceful, patient, perfectly at home in the dark, endless water. You are at peace. You are resting. You have traveled so far tonight, through so many gentle facts and soothing words, and now you have arrived at this quiet place. There is nothing more you need to learn, nothing more you need to do. Only rest, only breathe, only drift, like a dolphin in calm waters, through the peaceful darkness of sleep. You have been such a wonderful companion on this journey. I hope the dolphins have brought you peace. I hope these words have carried you gently toward rest. And I hope that when you wake, you will feel refreshed and renewed, ready for a new day. But that is for later. For now, there is only this moment, this breath, this quiet, this peace. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep deeply and peacefully. You are wonderful. You are enough. And you have done so beautifully, beautifully well. In noisy waters, dolphins adapt by shifting their whistles to higher frequencies, cutting through engine noise to stay connected. Their skin secretes antimicrobial peptides, providing a chemical shield against the bacteria and fungi of the ocean. Their genes show the work of evolution, with positive selection favoring intelligence, metabolism, and cardiovascular function. Like humans raising their voices in a loud room, dolphins adjust their calls to match noisy conditions. a sign of their flexible, adaptive minds. They time their evening hunts to coincide with rising prey, using echolocation to navigate the dimming light. When resting, dolphins cruise slowly through the water, their bodies drifting calmly as they breathe. Pods spread out during quiet moments but stay connected through soft whistles. As darkness falls, dolphins rely ever more on sound, their acoustic world rich and complete even without light. In calm waters, dolphins surface gently, breathe, and sink back beneath the waves in a rhythm as old as their kind. And as the ocean settles into night, they continue, breathing, listening, drifting through the dark, endless sea. These are the final facts of our journey, the rhythms of dolphin life, the peace of the ocean at night. And now, our journey is complete. We have traveled together through 100 facts about dolphins. We have learned about their bodies and their senses, their families and their voices, their intelligence and their play. We have discovered how they hunt and how they rest, how they protect their young, and how they face the challenges of a changing world. We have drifted with them through the quiet waters of evening and into the peaceful darkness of night. Through it all, you have been here, resting, listening, breathing. You have given yourself the gift of this time, this peace, this gentle learning. And now it is time to let go completely. It is time to sleep. The dolphins are swimming through the night, somewhere far away. The ocean holds them gently, as sleep now holds you. The rhythm of their breathing continues, steady and peaceful, just as your own breath continues, soft and slow. There is nothing more to do, nothing more to think about, only rest, only peace, only the quiet, endless drift into dreams. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing this journey with us. May your sleep be deep and restful. May you wake feeling refreshed and renewed. And may the gentle spirit of the dolphins stay with you, reminding you always of the beauty and wonder of the world we share. Good night.